Welcome, everybody, to the 2024 County Board of Equalization hearings. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. And agendas and speaker request forms are located back at the chambers. We'll call the meeting to order. I'll ask Commissioner Hadcock to do the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we have on our agenda review and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Lassiter,
Sorry.
seconded by Drews. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we will begin the 2024 Board of Equalization hearings. You'll recognize Shannon Rittenberger.
Good morning, Shannon Rittenberger, Director of Equalization. The first thing we're going to do today is the applications for exemption from property taxes. So there are several statutes that allow an exemption from property taxes. Property has to meet the criteria that's set up in statute. They also have to provide an application to my office by November 1st, requesting that exemption. My office reviews the exemption of the property, makes a determination on whether it meets the criteria in statute. All of those applications then come to the county commissioners at the Board of Equalization now with my recommendation, and the board approves or denies them. What we do here in Pennington County, because we get so many applications, there's a few hundred of them, we split them up into groups. The largest group are those properties that have requested an exemption in the past. You do it every year. The next one is the brand new ones you've never seen before, properties that are requesting an exemption for the first time that come with a recommendation to approve from my office. We break out those that provided an application that is late. The law requires that the application is submitted by November 1st. I give you a list of the properties that are late. For whatever reason, I say they would qualify for the exemption otherwise, but they're late. So just because they're late, I tell you that. Then the properties that I recommend that you deny the exemption on, and we have several properties, but it's really one property owner, one property. And I think that's the first on in that binder of yours. The first list is that those properties that I recommend you deny the exemption on. Am I correct?
No change list 2024?
No, let's get out of that. Flip over in your binder to 1 and 2, tabs 1 and 2. We'll do those lists later when we don't have people waiting for an appointment.
Okay, got the 1 and 2.
That, I think there's a hole punched in the very top of that. Doesn't that say recommend deny?
Yep.
Okay. It's one property, Rushmore Music Festival, and Brett, that's you. Are you prepared?
I am.
Okay, all right. So Brett is the owner of the property, and there are several tax parcels, but it's one property. It's his property. Rushmore Music Festival, and Brett, am I right? It's just buildings, right? You can come up here.
He does have a speaker request for him, Shannon. So you got it.
Yep. It's just, all the parcels are just buildings, right?
Yes, so good morning, everybody. Brett Walfish, and I am the owner of 13271 Klondike Road, as well as the president and co-founder of the Rushmore Music Festival and executive director there. And each of our practice cabins, as all of you are very well aware of, from our extensive PUD hearings, those cabins are all owned by the Rushmore Music Festival. They're the property of the organization.
Okay, so what you're looking at, all of those tax parcels are the cabins that they use for the music festival, not including Brett's house or the land that's under the property. We're looking, all of these tax parcels are just those buildings.
Yes, so my presence here is only in regard to the practice cabins and not the house.
Yeah. Or the land that the cabins are under.
Correct.
I wanted to make that clear that you were probably familiar from planning and zoning of the property, but we're just looking at the cabins that they use for practice and housing for music students. That's what all of these parcels are. He deeded those buildings into Rushmore Music Festival ownership. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. So I want to make my recommendation, and then I'll let Brett go on with what he wants. I have some handouts here for you that are just the statute and a copy of off a website. Brett, I want to give you a copy of this. We've discussed this. There's the statute, and that's from your website that just talks about the mission of the property. My recommendation is to deny the exemption on this simply because it doesn't meet the criteria in the statute. And the first page of this is a copy of the statute that grants an exemption for a charity. And that's what Brett is requesting the exemption for, is under a charitable organization. That statute says that a public charity is any organization or society which devotes its resources to the relief of the poor, distressed, or underprivileged. And then further, it shall lessen a governmental burden by providing its services to people who would otherwise use government services. So my reason for recommending the denial is simply that the property doesn't meet the definition of a charity. The Rushmore Music Festival promotes access to musical excellence through education and performance to enrich the cultural landscape of our community and beyond. I'm not arguing that Brett is doing something improper. I mean, I think a worthy organization, and what they do there is very good. I just don't think it meets the definition of a charity in statute. And that's all I have to say.
Sure. And thank you for giving me the time to make my case, which is under, I think it's just how we interpret this statute, as well as the next one, I believe it's 10-4-9.2, which talks about benevolent organizations, which do, also operate under 501c3 statuses. I printed out, Shannon, I apologize, I didn't get you an extra one. But everybody now has a copy of our 501c3 IRS determination letter that states, in fact, that we are a public charity and that we can accept gifts from the general public in order to enrich the lives of our community. Many of our students, as you all know, come from underprivileged backgrounds, and those students who are accepted attend our programs on a full tuition fellowship because they've proven through their audition that they are dedicated to pursuing this craft, and we make that possible for the students, as well as bringing concerts to all members of our local community to enrich the lives of all of Pennington County and
Shannon,
beyond.
do you want to see this? Let Shannon see that, Brett.
I think I'm familiar with it, but thank you.
You can, sorry to interrupt you. I
Yeah.
just thought Shannon should know what you're talking about.
Thanks. I printed one too few, and I apologize for that.
Continue.
So I guess, as you know, these cabins are all, we constructed them on donor funds, through donors and grant funding to have our classes in. We use them extensively for teaching and teaching chamber music and practicing, and then during the off season as festival-owned storage of things that the festival uses. So we are asking you to grant us this exemption under, I guess, the same statute that Shannon is referring to as to why he believes we should be denied. I believe is the same reason that we should be granted the exemption is because we are a 501c3 organization and this property exists only for that organization. And as you know, should Katie and I sell our personal property, the PUD states that we're required to remove these properties from the greater property as a whole.
Shannon, follow up?
I don't have a follow-up. I look at the statute and to me, it's clear.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester?
So Shannon, I have a question. Out of the statute that you gave us, you believe everything applies except for it shall lessen a government burden by providing its services to people who would otherwise use governmental services.
I think it fails on two parts. I don't argue that they're a nonprofit or a 501c3. I didn't even ask for proof because I believe him. Okay, so they meet that part, but not every nonprofit, not every 501c3 is exempt from property taxes. I think it fails on 2 points. I highlighted both of them. Society or organization which devotes its resources to the relief of the poor, distressed, or underprivileged, and lessens a government burden by providing services to people who would otherwise use government services. And I don't see that they're doing that. If this organization didn't exist, the county wouldn't have to step up and do something to fill in that need. This is not devoted to the relief for poor. That would be a homeless organization, a charity that provides food to people that need it.
Mr. Chair, follow up. It does say underprivileged, and I know during the PUD hearings, I did hear the Wallfishes many times saying that there are students who can't afford it and they get grants, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. I can't remember if it's grants or if they get scholarships or whatever it was for individuals who can't normally or who wouldn't normally be able to afford something like this. So I do think it does fit in that category of underprivileged, because there are individual students, based on all the documents they supported to us, of individuals who can't afford something like that, but they get scholarships or whatnot because of their innate talent or a talent that has been recognized. So would you still concur with that one, since it did say underprivileged?
I believe it, and I don't doubt that I don't know, but I don't doubt that they wouldn't give a scholarship or even free tuition to a student who would come there. I still don't think that meets the definition here of a charity devoting its resources to the relief of the poor or lessening a government burden, just because they give free music lessons to every student. And I don't think charging for what they do is the key point here, because even nonprofit organizations have to charge for something they do, or they wouldn't be able to exist. You got to pay the light bill. I just don't think it meets the definition of the statute as a charity.
Chair.
Are you done?
I was just going to say one other thing, and I don't have a problem giving, my charity, my nonprofit doesn't charge anything. We just get our donations from donors, kind of like they do. Just because you don't charge doesn't mean you can't pay your bills. I guess that's what I wanted to point out.
Ms. Hadcock?
Most of the statute applies property owned by public charity and used for charitable purposes exempt from taxation. So they do devote its resources to paying for majority of its revenue from donations, public funds, member fees, or program fees. It shall offer services to people regardless of ability to pay for such services, which they do. It shall be a nonprofit and recognized as an exempt organization or 501(c)(3). So to me, it looks like they apply for pretty much most of it, Shannon. And no, I don't think all of it, as you have said and Brett has said, should be under this. But the cabins, I think, are something. Brett, do you just have the cabins, or do you have where you play at in your, is that your house that you play in?
Yes, so our house and the A-frames are what we consider the residence, and that is not at all what we're asking for any exemption on. So we do the performances within the house itself, but we consider that our private property that we donate its usage to the organization as is needed and within the scope of the PUD.
So if you was asking the whole thing, then I'd have an issue, but with the practice cabins, I don't think, from what I've seen and what I've heard, not from him, but, even a city council person, that a lot of theirs is solely, public charity and revenues and donations from people that are, in the music and arts industry, so, and they have said that again over and over again, on their PUD. So if they didn't, and he was just saying it, or you were just saying it, Chad, it'd be different, but you had many people from the public saying that they gave to this organization. Again, their operating expenses a lot of times are covered by those memberships and the people that are giving charity or donations to them, public funds. So I'm not against this.
Any, any further discussions, questions?
May I add one more thing?
Right.
In regard to the governmental burden part that's been alluded to a lot today, we've received historically over the last, we're going to our 10th year, significant funding year after year from anything from state of South Dakota through the Department, so South Dakota Arts Council, which is partnered with Department of Tourism, which also allocates National Endowment for the Arts Fund. So these are government funds that are allocated to us because the government knows that nonprofits such as this one are the ones, they task us to do that. We've received for many years Rapid City funding to alleviate this, to help us serve this mission, again, to our community and to the students. And I would even make the case that through our Project Beta Van, that I believe many of you might be familiar with as well, we're able to take the time that we spend in the cabins to then bring that music into the community itself free of charge to make the quality of life for people of all the demographics, whether it's somebody who is homeless on the streets or somebody who is maybe a doctor who has to serve somebody who doesn't have the best lifestyle, and making sure everybody is having a better quality of life. And that's why National Endowment for the Arts and South Dakota Arts Council and Rapid City funding has always supported us, along with our private donors and other granting organizations.
Thanks, Brad. I'd go back to the commission for a motion. Now, Shannon, I see you have Salvation Army up in the top, so would this be a separate one?
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
On the top, you have Salvation Army.
Oh, that's right. I apologize. There was another one that I recommend deny because they sold the property. So that one's sort of a slam dunk. Salvation Army sold that property
Okay.
after they applied for the
So
exemption.
for clarification for this one, it
Yeah.
would be just for the Rushmore Music Festival.
Yeah, so I think you should act on this one and then act on the other one. I forgot that Salvation Army was there.
Okay. I'd go back to the commission.
So I'll make a motion for them to be exempt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to exempt Rushmore Music Festival's sheds. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'm not going to support the motion just because I do not believe that it fits into those categories. And so I will be voting no on it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with one no. Now we go to the Salvation Army.
Mr. Chair,
Apply again next year.
move to deny,
Every year.
I'm guessing, tax ID 28009.
It's been moved to deny tax deed 28009. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Hadcock.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
I just want to make sure it's because it's sold, so it doesn't qualify anymore. Is that correct?
I didn't hear the last part. Because it's sold, they don't own the property, it doesn't qualify.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure that we're making the right.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now
See,
we're-
if they don't own it, they're not using it for the exempt purpose. So,
Gotcha.
Okay, now we're on page 2, the new exemptions.
New exemptions. I'm gonna make sure I'm the right spot. So these are the properties that have applied for an exemption for the first time. We haven't seen these before. We might have seen some of the organizations because the organization is around for a while, but maybe they purchased a new property, or maybe it's a new organization. And I'm recommending that you approve these applications for exemption. I'm just giving them to you so you can see what new ones there are this year.
Is there any questions for Shannon on these?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews?
So Shannon, these organizations would have to apply each year for this exemption?
Most of them do. The churches apply every 4 or 5 years. Cemeteries, I
So
think,
this
the
is-
same way.
Okay, so on the Rimrock Evangelical Church, apparently that's 2 new properties they've purchased out on Highway 44?
The mailing address is Highway 44. The property address is downtown Rapid.
Okay,
And
okay.
it's a
I'm
property they
familiar with that
purchased.
property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further questions? Look for a motion to accept the new exceptions.
So moved?
Moved by Lassiter,
Second.
seconded by Drews. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
The next list are the applications that we've received late. So the law says that the property owner has to submit an application by November 1st. These missed the deadline for that. But because the law says that it has to be submitted by a deadline, and they didn't, I'm bringing this to you separate from everything else to say they were late. They didn't meet the criteria of the law. But I'll also tell you that, except for that late application, that they would otherwise qualify. I think if they miss the deadline, they miss the deadline. That's why I break them out and make them separate. Now, we always have some that are late every year, and sometimes it's because some old lady's in charge of community hall and has done it for 20 years, and she dies, and the next guy just doesn't know that this has to be done. And that's actually what happened here with Ellsworth Development Authority, that the new guy didn't know about the deadline. And then there's just people that first time they've ever had to do this didn't realize there was a deadline.
How long has this property been in, getting exempt though?
Well, which ones?
The Ellsworth?
Ellsworth, I don't know. Ellsworth Development purchases property all the time. So I would assume it's first time on these.
So all of these are first time or just Ellsworth then?
I don't know. South Dakota School of Mines. Do we have that one has been owned for a while. That was just neglect there. We have somebody from the Journey Church. That one's a brand new ownership. The Ellsworth Development Authority, brand new ownerships, first time.
Any other questions for Shannon?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews?
I'd move approval of the late exemptions.
I'd second that.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Lassiter. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the next list are all of the applications for exemption that you've seen in the past. I recommend that you approve them. We put them all on one list unless you got a question about something. Just act on all of them.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews?
so why are some of them highlighted?
Good question. I can't remember which one's highlighted.
They were the Elevate Rapid City ones.
Are they a 501(c)(3) for the poor?
I don't know.
Isn't that what you said on the board?
The Elevate Rapid City actually has a statute that applies to, I want to say Economic Development Corporation or something like that. I don't know if they have to be a 501(c)(3).
Could be a bird in and all that other stuff too, or no? It's a different category?
It's a different statute. There are statutes for every type of property: benevolent, charitable, religious, school, medical, economic development. There are many different statutes that define what they are. Elevate Rapid City is highlighted. For whatever reason we don't know, I recommend you approve it.
Any follow-up, Mr. Drews?
I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Lassiter to approve existing exempt properties. Is there any further discussion? Did I word that right? Except, got a hole punched in that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Commissioner Drews, did you talk to Elevate yesterday maybe?
I made a contact with him last night to ask him what the reason was for it, but I didn't get a
Okay, so
response back.
I talked to Lonnie on the phone this morning and went through the list, realized after I talked to her that it was highlighted, but what I told her is it's not late, it's not recommend deny, there's nothing wrong with it. So
Oh,
I
okay.
did talk to her this morning.
Okay, thank you.
So that's all of the exempt properties. The law says that if you deny an exemption, the property owner has the right to come back, I think in 2 weeks, to make an argument, but we don't need that. You guys were generous enough that nobody got denied, except Salvation Army. So we won't have to deal with another date. You guys are done, okay? A couple of people in the audience wanted to make sure they didn't sit around for nothing. So. Now we move on to property owners that have filed an appeal, and we'll walk down through these. We've got several that have canceled and rescheduled to another date, so we've got some holes in our schedule. I think otherwise, everybody is planning on showing, but we always, every year, there's sometimes somebody doesn't show for one of these even though they have an appointment. But I think we're good with our appointments today. So your tabs are numbered. We just did 1 and 2. 3 was a reschedule to a more favorable date. 4 is JB Properties. Pat Vidal owns it. So in your binder, you're on tab number 4. JB Properties and Rod will represent the county's position
Chair.
on that.
Mr. Drews?
Can I ask Shannon some questions?
Sure.
So just at the beginning here, Shannon, as I go through these, I see some are classed as related properties. Tell me how you treat related party purchase.
What do you mean related? What are you talking about?
Well, it indicates in here that that the purchase was a related party.
Okay, with JB Properties and,
I don't know if it was that one or.
okay.
It's a couple of them that are in here today.
Okay, so general explanation. Any appraiser uses comparable sales to estimate value. We're appraising a property for what it would most likely sell for, and the best evidence of that is what similar properties have sold for. So we look at comparable sales, and in the last year, we've had about 1,500 sales of what we call open market transactions. A sale between related parties is questionable whether it's open market. If you are divorced, there is a deed that's recorded from you and your wife to your wife. It's a transfer of ownership, but it's not an open market sale. A related property sale would be a business entity transfers ownership to a shareholder of the corporation. It's not really a sale. The parties were related. The new owner is a shareholder of the former corporation. So we're always looking at sales to see if they're actually open market, offered on the open market, anybody could buy them. Related parties, that example I gave you, nobody else could have been involved in that. Not to say that they don't represent market value, but it's questionable whether they would, because whatever purchase price was put on that might not have been market price.
One further question?
Yep.
So I noticed that also within these that we're looking at today, there's at least a couple of these that came before this board last year, and that we reduced the amount,
Could be there every year. There's going to be some like that.
okay? But it appears that your office then didn't start with where we reduced it. You started this year at where your recommendation had been last year.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. Every year is a new reappraisal. So the assessed value that's put on a property is brand new this year. It's what it was worth as of last November 1st, regardless of the assessment
Okay,
from the
but
previous year.
on the sheet here, it lists what it was in 2023, what your recommendation is for 2024.
Okay,
So in 2023, on a couple of them, what it shows is that the value that was put on it, or the assessed value last year, was the value you recommended, not what the board had taken it down to.
that's, our appraisers fill out that sheet. So they would have put whatever number that was hand entered. So if they did that, they missed the board action from the year previous.
Okay.
You're right, it should have whatever it was, the final assessment from the previous year. If you found one where the board changed it and that wasn't noted on that, that was just a mistake in the appraiser, when the appraiser entered those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Shannon? If not, we'll go on to JB Properties.
I think, Pat might also. You want me up front? Just as well, okay.
Good morning, Board. My name is Rod. I'm with the Department of Equalization. So there's actually going to be two properties that we'll be talking about, both the JB properties and the CAB, only because both of those properties are managed by the company that Mr. Vidal works for. And they're both strip malls. They're both very similar. When we look at the data sheet that I provided, I'll be using some of the same sales, some of the same income analysis for both properties, but we'll be talking about them separately. So we'll start with the JB properties, but just so you know, when we go to the next one, you're going to see the same pictures, the same sheets. It's just because they're very similar, and I'm using the same comps, same analysis. So you understand that. So we're starting with JB Properties, tax ID 42717. The original valuation went out at $1,615,200. My recommendation is to lower that to $1,501,400. And so that is $680,000 on the land, $821,400 on the building. And that comes out to, when we talk about these types of properties, we often talk about value per square foot. So my recommended value of the $1,501,400 comes out to about $124 a square foot. So I met with Mr. Vidal concerning some properties. We first looked at this property, which is located at the 2120 Main. And if you look at the map or the screen that's above here, that just shows you the property. One of his first concerns, we were talking about land value. And if you look at the back, which would be the north part of that, it just doesn't have the exposure that the front does. It's not as usable. That was one of the things that he brought up, and I agreed with that. And that was largely why I made my change in valuation is I value that last or that back section at a lower amount than the front section. So that's how I came up with my final recommendation of the 1.5 million was basically looking at the land value. After I presented that new valuation, he still felt that I wasn't really adjusting for what we would call the profile of the building. And he wanted me to look at some sales that would support that. And if you look at how those buildings are profiled, the suites are not facing the main traffic. So I would call that a profiled building or a perpendicular building. So the main traffic is West Main, and both of those two buildings are profiled buildings. And he felt that affected valuation or what they would sell for, and really what kind of income they could expect that possibly the suites that have the least exposure would have a lower lease rate. So I wanted to investigate that. So if you look at the document that I prepared on page 2, that has all the pictures, would look like that. So the subject is that's the top 2 pictures in the top right corner. So I found 4 other sales that I felt were most comparable, and when I'm looking for comparable sales, I want something that is recently sold, similar size, similar year, similar traffic, find the most comparable sales that I can. So that's what those 4 sales are. And again, the idea is that I wanted to see if the market supported the idea of a profiled strip mall having maybe some less value than one that has full frontage. So if you look at the sales here, the way I developed that is, first of all, we're going to adjust for time. So all these sales are time adjusted by about 3.5% per year to get them all on an equal footing of the assessment date, which is 11/1 of 2023. So we time adjust the sales to get them all to the same date. And then by using a per square foot analysis, that's another adjustment that gets them on equal footing because now they're all compared on a square foot basis. I looked at the traffic. There's a traffic column there. These have very similar traffic, so I did not use some of the sales that have much lower traffic counts. These are 2022 DOT traffic calculations. So once I've made my adjustments, I've gotten to the point where if you look at the visibility column, I have now 4 total sales. 3 of them have full frontage and 1 of them is a profile comparable. So since they've all been adjusted equally to this point, now the only remaining thing that is not similar is I have 3 that are not profile, that have full frontage, and 1 that is profiled. So the difference between the 2 most comparable sales at that point is about 6%. This is how the IAAO, our standard of valuing these types of properties, recommends you do a sales analysis. When you want to find an adjustment, you get them as equal as you can, and then whatever that dissimilarity is essentially your adjustment. So 6% is the difference between the stores that are from the one that's profiled to the one that is not. So then I adjust, since the subject is a profiled property, I now adjust the comps down by 6%. Now they're all as equal as can be. So in doing that, that brings an average value or an average sale of $134 a square foot. So that's what an average profiled strip mall, when they're all compared to be as similar as possible, they're selling for about $134 a square foot. So at this point, my recommendation was already about 124, and the sales were showing they actually were higher. So then he wanted me to look at income. So then I looked at the income, and if you look at page 4, you'll see my income analysis. So I'm looking at this page that has the 2 different properties. So at the bottom there, you'll see the subject, the 2120 Main, where I'm using market rents. I'm using a market cap rate. I'm using market expenses. And if you look at the top box there, you'll see that the market rents are actually decreasing when you move from the suite that's closest to the traffic to the suite that's furthest away. So it's decreasing from the $14 a square foot down to the $12 a square foot for the one that's furthest away. And then same in the other one, reducing down from the $15 a square foot down to the $12 a square foot. So I did take into account what he had requested, and that is both in the sales analysis, looking at profiled stores, and then on an income basis, I'm looking at the income reducing slightly as you move away from traffic. And when I used the income analysis, the valuation I'm coming up with was 1.6 million, which again is higher than what I had already adjusted at the 124 square foot. So the income wasn't showing me any need to adjust further. So that's why I felt that the 124 square foot was fair. When I did the other methods of valuation, they came in just a bit higher. A couple things that I did want to just kind of point out, and I think this is one of the objections that Pat may address as well, is just the idea of using market rents versus contract rents. So it's really an idea of fee simple versus lease fee when we talk about valuing properties. We are required by law to use fee simple. We do not use contract rents to create our values. You can have owners that may be lower than market because they don't want to deal with vacancy. You may have some that are slightly higher. So the IAAO recommends that you do not use contract rents directly when you create a valuation. What you do is you take contract rents in a universe of properties with additional leases, and you'll see that on my page 5 there, where I'm taking a whole bunch of other neighborhood shopping centers, what they're getting for leases, including Mr. Vidal's properties. So I'm mixing them all together to get a market rate. And that's what the IAAO recommends. It does not recommend using just contract rates. Market rates are what we use, and I did that using multiple other properties. In the next property that we'll be talking about, I did basically the exact same thing using the same market rents. So based on that, I don't recommend changing other than the change that I made to the $124 a square
Your
foot.
recommendation. Thank you, Rod. Mr. Bedell?
I did not get to receive whatever Rod was looking at. That was never sent to me, so I really don't know what to say about that. What I can say is that these are income properties. So a buyer is going to value them based on the return on investment he wants to receive from the incomes they are generating. The incomes they are generating may not necessarily be market rents. They're going to be whatever the leases say they should be. Okay, now the definition of market value is what a willing buyer will pay a willing seller for the property. Okay, well, a willing buyer is not going to, if he wants a certain return, he's going to look at the actual rents. You know, I don't know, I haven't ever seen anything in the law that says that market rents have to be used. What I see in the law is that assessed values are supposed to reflect market value. So when we buy properties, when anybody buys properties from us, they ask for the lease rents. So that's the rents that you value the properties on. Now, what Rod explained to you very well about the properties that are parallel to the street versus the properties that are perpendicular to the street. And I hope you all got the handouts that I provided for you. Okay, I've differentiated them by whether they're parallel or perpendicular. And you can see what Rod explained was that the perpendicular properties always get, on average per square foot for the whole building, less than the parallel buildings, or typically they will. Now, with regard to his market sales, I have a concern with him because most of those occurred 2 or 3 years ago when the interest rates were very, very low. You remember how low they were. You remember how much you made from the bank for your money in the bank. You made nothing. Okay? The lending rates were 3.5% for commercial properties. That was 2 or 3 years ago when these market sales occurred. Okay? That allowed building values to be very high because the buyers were willing to take a smaller rate of return because they were getting nothing from the bank. So they were happy with 6 or 7% from a strip mall. Okay? Now the interest rates are much higher. You can get 5% for your money in the bank, but the lending rates are 8.5%. That's the prime lending rate right now, and that's what the prime lending rate was as of November 1st of 2023, the assessment date that Equalization uses. Because of those rates, buyers are going to expect to get a higher rate of return. That makes the buildings that sold back then, his market sales, worth less today. They're going to be worth less because buyers are going to use a higher rate of return that they want. So they've got to offer less to get that rate of return. Do you understand the concept, the income approach of appraisal? Where you take the property's net operating income and divide it by the rate of return that the buyer wants, and that's how you value the property. Okay. Using that concept, and that the IAAO says that is the preferred method of valuing income properties. So, and that is what buyers do. Buyers don't look at cost values. They could care less, really, how much land is there. What they care about is what is the return I'm going to get on my investment. So what I'm saying is that for his comparable sales, you can't use those. The market conditions are different. So they're not really comparable market sales. Today's conditions require higher cap rates to be used. Using those higher cap rates, the property's values are going to be less. I show that in my Exhibit 1 that I provided to you. Now, in my Exhibit 2, I looked at the assessed values of his comparable sales, the 2 properties in dispute, and all the other strip malls that we own. And when you look at their assessed values per square foot, that's Exhibit 2, you can see that the disputed properties and the comparable sales assessed values per square foot are significantly higher than all of our other strip malls. Now, if this is supposed to be a fair equalization procedure, our properties should be comparable to the other properties out there. I've already explained why the comparable sales are high. Okay, but when you look, the disputed properties and their comparable sales are much higher than all of our other properties' values per square foot. So that makes me think the assessed values are too high. Okay, thirdly, what I did was I looked at what the assessed values would equate to in rents. I'd work the formula for the income approach backwards to come up with the rents that the properties would have had to be paying to realize those assessed values. The rents are so high, they're unrealistic. And that's on Exhibit 3, on the left side of Exhibit 3. They're just too high to charge. We don't get that much rent from people. So that makes me think that the assessed values are too high. Okay, now, like I say, what it really comes down to is what a buyer would pay for the properties based on their actual incomes and the return on investment he wants to receive. And that's what I show in Exhibit 4 for the two disputed properties. And they show that the property on 1375 La Crosse would be worth $790,200. And that would give the buyer a return of 9%. And if he wanted that same return for 2120 West Main, he would want to pay $1,433,000. Now I'm sure we'll have an argument. Are we going to have an argument over cap rates? Okay. Okay, the cap rates are key. And I use 9% for the reasons I describe in Exhibit 5. I asked Rod to provide me his reasons for using 8.5%. He didn't do it. He wouldn't provide it to me. I asked him how he came up with his expenses that he used in his income valuation. He wouldn't provide that to me. So I don't know what his thinking is, but I am providing you my thinking. And for these properties, there's a lot of reasons to think that a 9% cap rate is fair. And his assessed values, if someone wanted to buy those properties, the two disputed properties, they would not be able to get the loans for them because the debt payments would be so high compared to the income they would receive. So that's why if he used an 8.5% cap rate, which I think he did, it won't work. Banks won't give you the loan. So that's why I think my 9% cap rate is fair. They will cover the debt payment. That will cover the debt payments. If that property's price is brought down that much, and a buyer borrows 75% of that price, his debt payments will be able to cover, or his income will at least be able to cover the debt payments. So it's realistic.
That's understandable.
Okay.
That's happening a lot.
Other than that, we don't have much time, so if you've got questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If Rod has questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Is there any questions from the commission for Vidal? Rod, do you have anything?
Yes.
Go ahead, Rod.
So, Mr. Vidal provided these exhibits, and I think you got them last night as I did. So in looking through those, his Exhibit 1, where he's talking about, his cap rate analysis, the idea of taking a new sale. So again, I'm looking at his Exhibit 1, black and white page. His first sale there, 3/17 of 23, 2.1 million. So essentially what he's doing is he's taking a new sale. This is a 23 sale, 2.1 million. And correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm thinking I'm understanding is he's taking this sale and saying, had this sold 3 years ago when the cap rates were lower, I do agree with that, then it would have sold for this much money. And then he time adjusts that forward back to today's date to come up with theoretically what that would have sold for in 23. That methodology doesn't exist in the appraisal world. No one would ever do that. And so I'm just trying to understand what you did, but there's just no one would ever do that. Why would you take a new sale, adjust it back to 2020, and then forward adjust it with time. You're doing two different adjustments. One's essentially an income method of adjusting, and one's a sales method of adjusting. So you wouldn't mix those, and it wouldn't make sense to take a good sale from 23 and say this $2.1 million sale that sold in 2023 would actually sell for 1.6 in 2023. That just doesn't make sense. So once I come across that, then the machine's kind of broken for me. I'm not going to keep trying to figure out what does make sense, because that doesn't make sense. So that's kind of where I end his argument on the cap rate. Another thing that when we talk about cap rates from years ago, what he's saying is these properties should be selling for less today, and we don't see that in the market. And I don't have examples because I just came across this as you did last night, but we could find plenty of examples of the same property that sold in 2020, sold again in 2023. Yes, the cap rates were different. Nothing was done to the property other than maybe some normal maintenance, and it sold for more in 2023, even though the cap rates are higher. His theory would suggest that that same property that sold in 2020 would now sell for less. So I don't see that in the market, so that breaks the machine, and why continue with that? So as far as the market rents, I did already address that the IAA does not recommend using contract rents directly. You put them together with all the other ones and come up with a market rent. So it is stated in law, codified law 1042 says that the Department of Equalization is to value the improvements to the land and all rights and privileges thereto belonging, unencumbered by restrictions, no limitations. So in other words, things like leases, restrictions, we follow zoning because that's a legal restriction, but the law implies fee simple, not lease fee. So it's in the law, it's in IAAO, which is what I followed and what I did when I tried to look at his theories. They didn't make sense. And just to address when he said I wouldn't give him the cap rates, this is a result of a lot of back and forth, getting together, meeting in the office, me going out to properties, phone calls, emails, and at some point, we just got to come before the board and tell you what we have. So the data exchange happened. He may not have gotten my final recommendation because at some point I'm just going to say we just got to go before the board and let them make a decision because it's just too much back and forth and we have hundreds and hundreds of appeals to get through.
Thanks, Rod. Mr. Drews.
So Rod, we know that movement of a cap rate, 0.5% or 1% makes a huge difference. So are you, I take from the nod of the head that your cap rate is at 8.5%.
Yes.
So is that consistent with all the properties that you're bringing forward?
No. So the way I view these is there's different risk for different types of properties. 8.5 fits this type of property. If you look at my page 4, you'll see that I do have listed what some of the other publications, the common publications for appraisals use. So CBRE is a common one. For their national cap rate for the fourth quarter, they're using 6.6. PwC, which is PricewaterhouseCooper, they're using 7.5. RealtyRates.com, 7.7 for their national rates. Regionally, just a little bit higher, and then you'll see locally, I'm using 8.5. So I'm a full percentage point above what some of the regional national are indicating, but to me 9 is just too high. In answer to your question, other properties that maybe have a little less risk, like our apartment buildings, the market is very hot for apartment buildings. I have cap rates that range from 6 to 8 on apartment buildings, but every occupancy presents a different amount of risk. And in this case, neighborhood shopping malls are a little bit higher than some of the other occupancies. So 8.5 is higher than what I would say all the apartments are getting. It's higher than what maybe a warehouse would get. That's a very good product right now. So if that answers your question.
Thank you.
May I respond to some of the things
Yes,
he
Mr.
said?
Vidal.
Okay. Regarding the market sales, obviously he didn't understand what I did. I used the income approach of appraisal, and I just took the property's sale prices, let's say in 2022. And I divided that by a 9% cap rate, or I multiplied that by a 9% cap rate. That would give that property's net operating income in 2022. I appreciated that net operating income 3% per year just for rent increases to November 1 of 2023, the assessment date. Then I divided that by a 9% cap rate, which I think is the proper cap rate for our strip malls today. And that's how I came up with their values today. It's not that complicated. If the 9% cap rate is accurate, then it's a very simple math procedure to go from price to net operating income to the price at a different cap rate.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Durs.
Mr. Vital, the question relative to your leases, I understand what you're saying relative to the contract rates compared to market rates. Are most of your leases that you have in those facilities, are they long-term leases? And do they not have appreciation clauses in them annually?
They're not long-term leases. They do have appreciation rates in them. But the fact that they're not long-term leases justifies the higher cap rate, for one thing, because the people may go. Then you've got a high vacancy rate. So you're taking that additional risk. You've got to take all these things into account in your cap rates. Our strip malls are filled with mom and pop operations. I think we have, of the total 10 strip malls that we have, I think we have 4 that are franchise businesses. We have Little Caesars, we have a UPS store, and what's the other one that we have? We have 2 Little Caesars, and we have one other.
Those are long-term. Those are long-term.
Yes, oh, some of, yeah, so, and those folks will want long-term leases. The mom and pop operations, they're not willing to sign long-term leases. They're taking a risk. They're just starting a business. They don't know if it's gonna work. So they're reluctant to take long-term leases. So they just want 1, 2, or 3 year leases. And a lot of them fail before the lease terminates or comes up for maturity.
Here.
I'm going to go to the board now. Mrs.
Here.
Hadcock.
So you're saying you couldn't sell 1375 North Cross for $952. You only could sell it for $792.
A buyer that wants a 9% return would be the lower number.
Okay, that'd be a buyer. I'm asking you, are you going to list it for
Yes,
$792?
Yes, that's what the numbers say it's worth.
So if
Yes,
you,
that's how we value our properties when we sell them.
so if a
when we go to
realtor
the
told you
banks.
952 or 1,000,005, you would still list it at 792.
Yes, unless he could show me how he came up with that number. The banks won't give a loan at those numbers.
Bank will give a loan on your income level, not your interest rate. But
So.
On our income
Follow-up,
level?
Deb?
my follow-up is Rod does his numbers well and always has, and I've been working with Rod 9 years. Not just 2 or something that he's just learning these things. And I'll be up straight, sir. I trust that when he does his market values, that these properties are worth what he's saying. And I know your income level and some other stuff, but that can sometimes be skewed by year to year. I'm not trying to be mean. I own properties, sir. So it just depends. One year I could make $1 million off the property, the next 5, and the next year 9. So it just depends on sometimes how you run your business and what's going on with what's in your strip malls that are either producing or not producing certain things for the people that are running businesses. So again, there's a lot of variables in there besides that. That's why he uses fair market value. That's why he does comparables, because of that. Long-term leases, things like that, like you said. I understand that, sir, but I'm going to have to agree with what Rod's putting on the paper, so.
I understand your dedication to your employees, but in the case of these strip malls, with all due respect, the income is dictated by written contracts.
Right.
We can't change those contracts until they mature.
And
So
I,
the only thing that can affect the net operating income of the property is if there's vacancies or very large costs to replace something that will affect the expense.
And I can
incomes don't
appreciate that.
change, the expenses will.
okay, I appreciate that, but it's not my dedication just to Rod. It's his, what he's doing and how his comparables and his things add up to what he's saying. Because Shannon was up here and I disagreed with him, and I'm dedicated to Shannon, but I don't always agree
Okay,
with Shannon.
then
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I apologize for
No,
saying that.
you're okay. What I do is I look at the income, I look at everything that you're saying as well. Again, I have many businesses, me and my husband, I shouldn't say I. And I'm listening to what you're saying, sir, but he's pretty close on a lot of your numbers as well. So that tells me he did his homework on this, and he's listening to you in one sense, but he also, when I'm looking at the numbers, they make sense to me
Okay.
from what he's saying, and plus the cap rates and the different things that he's put on here to do your comparables compared to what you put down. It's very fair. So
Well,
that's my opinion.
okay, and that's fine. Let's see, what was the point I was going to make now?
I'll give you one more option to comment before we go back to the board.
Okay, well, I've been in this business for 25 years. I've been managing these strip malls for 25 years. I'm pretty, experienced in what they can get for rents and stuff. Now, when you have, if you've owned properties.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you own retail properties?
Yes.
Okay, when you own retail properties and you have a vacancy, someone comes in and expresses interest in that vacancy, you're going to work with them to
Right.
get them to get them into that suite. Now, they may want to put a whole bunch of dollars into that suite because so that's going to strap them for cash right away.
Right.
You may give them below market rent to get them in there, okay? They may want a whole bunch of square feet. You may give them a better break than the person that's only getting 1,000 square feet, if they want 4,000 square feet. If they want to sign a 10-year lease, you're going to give them a better break than the person that wants a 1-year lease. That affects the rents you're going to get. But when you change those rents, you realize that you're also changing the value of the property.
Yes, sir.
And you're willing to do that, though, to get those people in there.
Yes.
And
And
that's what I am saying.
And I've done that with all respect. And I
Okay.
see where you're going, but I also know, and I tell them, in that case, once they're in there and they're in there a couple of years, that rent will be moving up
Yes.
based on some of those
Yes,
incomes.
oh, you eventually
So-
wanted to get to market.
Yes.
You darn right you do,
You see
yeah.
what I'm saying?
You want to
So-
get as many dollars as you can, but you would prefer to have the tenant there
Yes, sir. And so I'm
rather than have
understanding
the
what you're saying.
vacancy. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You're absolutely right.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
My nonprofit's been in the look for properties, and what I've been doing is I've been paying attention to how the market is, and I've been paying attention to the equalization office, and oftentimes, most of the time, I come across a property that's listed for, I'm not going to say a price, but it's listed for X dollars. I've noticed equalization has it less than what they've got it out on the market for sale. So everything that we've been looking at, whether it's a strip mall, whether it's a already built other building, I've noticed as a trend, equalization has done a really good job of what I felt like was the price of the building, and then whoever owns it is trying to sell it higher than that. And I think it kind of goes back to what Commissioner Hancock was saying. If you were going to try to sell your properties today, you would try to get more than what we are even equalizing it at. So I think the market's going to determine, in general, what you would sell the property for at that point in time. But I think Rod's laid it out pretty well. of how he came to his conclusion. I think, I don't see any holes in it at this point in time, based on just seeing all the properties out there that are for sale that we've been looking at. Equalization's current value on them is lower than what most individuals are trying to sell them at, easily by $100,000 to $200,000.
Well, may I respond? I've got 2 sessions. If I already used up the 2 sessions.
I'm just thinking of the people that are waiting to go. But I'll let you respond one more time before I let the rest of the commission make a comment.
If you will look at their comparable sales and the assessments they put on those comparable sales this year, you'll see some that are far greater than what they sold for. You'll see some that are less than what they sold for. These folks have to appraise things on a mass appraisal basis. So they're going to take averages, and hopefully if they're applying those averages to all the properties in the community, okay, that's going to cause some of them to be assessed at more than what they sold for, and some at less than what they sold for. My point is, if the definition of market value is what a buyer would pay for the property, and it is by law, that is what the income approach of appraisal says it will be for income properties, and that is what it should be assessed for.
Do you have any further comment?
I'm good.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews?
I'd make a motion to follow the recommendation of equalization, have the land valued at $680,000, improvements $821,400 for a total of $1,501,400.
Second.
It's been moved by Drews and seconded by Hadcock. Is there?
Chair.
Mr. Drew?
Mr. Vital, I think that you did have an impact on the change on this, because the original recommendation was going to be considerably more than that, at 1.615, which would have been about a 16% increase. At the one where the motion is at, that's an 8% increase. I do think that the cap rate is probably a key point in this whole thing. I'm not an expert on the cap rate. I don't know where that should be. So I appreciate your comments.
So we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Bell,
Mr.
for your
Bell.
time.
Thank you.
And then we still have, so that was the motion for that property. And
Not done
again,
with you yet.
there are 2 properties. It's the same argument. It's all the exact same stuff, but now we're looking at tax ID 51065. The owner is CAB Properties, again, managed by Mr. Vidal's company. Address 1375 North La Crosse. We went through the same process. Excuse me, he came in. We talked about some of the issues with it. I did go out and look at this property, and one thing I did discover is on our cost analysis, I did have a fire suppression system valued in there, and they do not have that. So the adjustment that I made was essentially to remove the value of that fire suppression system. But then I also used the same comparables, the same idea with this being a full frontage property. The recommended, or the sales had indicated that properties that have full frontage are about 143 a square foot. At this point, I was at 144, so I could see that maybe we were just a little bit high. So then I wanted to look at the income, and again, I did the same thing with the cap rates, the market rates and everything. And you can see that on my page 4. The top section there, that's my income analysis. Same market rent, same cap rate, same everything. That came to 140 a square foot. So I felt like that was probably a better indicator of value. And so that was my final recommendation at the $140 a square foot, which comes out to the $952,600. So my recommendation is the 508,000 for the land. The improvements are at $444,600 for a total valuation of $952,600.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
It's moved by Hadcock and seconded by Drews.
Can I
Chair.
comment on this property?
Yeah, let me, since it's kind of the same,
Oh, okay.
I want to get,
Go ahead.
the commission made
I
a decision.
apologize.
Mr. Drew,
Allow Mr. Vital. Go ahead.
Mr. Vidal, go ahead.
Okay, since equalization is stuck on using the cost approach to value these properties, the first thing I'm going to say is the IAAO says that's the last procedure you want to use to value income properties. Secondly, if we're going to use the cost approach, I would like you to look at the land values for 1375 La Crosse and compare it to the land value for 1415 La Crosse. 1375 La Crosse is 1023 a square foot. 1415 is 995 a square foot. These properties are right next to each other. We own both of them. You can see 1415 right above 1375. They just look at them. They're almost identical. They're like 2/100ths difference in size, but they have that much difference in their price. How do you explain that?
So you're referring to the one right above it?
Yeah,
And what's that?
that's
What's,
1415 La Crosse, which is,
and you're saying the land on that one is what?
you have it assessed at 995,
And your land is at what?
1023.
So if you look at the one above that, what we do is we estimate an amount of drainage essentially. So it's a lot that is a little bit longer and it has a little bit more drainage than his lot. So that's the difference.
And you honestly believe a buyer is going to look at it that way?
Well, we're not appealing the one above it. We're appealing your property.
I understand that, but you're using not a comparable land value compared to other properties that are similar.
Well, you can't appeal your land value. You can appeal the overall value of your property. It's a part of the total
Okay, well-
value, but
well-
there is no appeal on just land.
Okay, well then I'm appealing the overall value because the land is being treated unfairly.
Okay, we got that, Mr. Vidal. Is there any other questions for Mr. Vidal from commission? Seeing none, we do have a motion on the floor to accept the reduced land 508, 508,000 improvements, 444, 600 for a total of 952, 600, which is down from the 1,059,000. This is a 9% reduction in 2023 assessed value. That's the motion on the floor. Any further discussion?
You're lower.
All in favor?
Sorry.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Mr. Vidal.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, what was the land?
I read it off the recommendation.
It was the
Just what the
floor,
recommendation was, 508?
land was 508, improvements 444, 600.
Yep.
Yep, that's what I have.
Say that again?
Reduced the value to the land was 508,000 for
Okay.
improvements was 444, 600 for a total of 952,600. I could see where you got confused because I said 508 improvements. But yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we just did tabs 4 and 5. 6 is one that rescheduled for another day. We're going to tab number 7. That is property owned by Stan Bilka. Derek is going to be here. Mr. Bilka is not. Derek? So we're on tab 7.
Thank you.
Derek just has a recommendation.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Derek Dalen, appraiser with Pennington County Equalization, tax ID 31484, physical address of 2301 Lance Street. I'm recommending an assessed value of 279,400, with a land value of 52,700, and a structure value of 227,000 even. The property owner, Mr. Bilka, he scheduled this appointment. I had several additional conversations with him, and he is in agreement with our recommended value. Again, that's 279,400, land value of 52,700, structure value of 227,000.
Move approval.
Moved by
Second.
Hancock. Now, that was 279,700, correct? I thought I heard you say.
279,400, my apologies.
Okay, on mine it says 700 for your recommendation. If you do the math, the 52,700.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, yeah, it should be 700.
Okay. That was your motion, Ms. Hancock? And who seconded that? Mr. Laster? So that's what it is. Land is 52,700, structure 227, for a total of 279,700.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Derek.
Moving on to tab number 8, Radio Building LLC. Dean Boomsna and Rod again.
So the tax ID again is 73532. Radio building owned by Dane here. So we got together and looked at this. This is bare land. And yeah, we got it up on the map there. So this is out by Liberty Boulevard. That's Love's and McDonald's to the left of it, just right across the street. And this was a newly platted lot, so I don't have a previous value, so it's a newly created lot. The original valuation came out at $1,113,000, which is just a solid $1 a square foot, which is the typical value that we give to land that's ready to be developed. So it's not, prairie land. It has some development already there, but it's not at the full market rate that, say, some of the properties like across the street that are selling for $5, $6 a square foot. So the $1 a square foot is what the original assessment went out at. Dane brought some things to my attention that made sense. This property actually is kind of like three pieces. So if you look at my page 2, you can see kind of the green map there. So what I did is I broke it into essentially three pieces. The most southern piece is the acreage that's most ready for development. So that 9.5 acres I left at $1 a square foot. The northern part of it is still in need for what he's planning to do. It's still going to need a road. It still needs curb gutter, lots of utilities. So that's at the $25,000 per acre. I have those two values supported with the sales at the top of the page. Those are also recent sales of bare land that is ready to be developed, and that $1 per square foot is a pretty common number that we use for properties that are in that stage. So that $1 a square foot is supported by those 5 sales, and the map kind of shows where those are. And then the $25,000 per acre is supported by the sales at the bottom, about 5 of those sales. Similar size throughout the county. They're similar situations as far as traffic and accessibility, and that's indicating 26,000. So it fits right in with what we've been typically doing for the undeveloped land at 25,000 per acre. And then he does have, like on that map or on my map there, he's got the way it's platted. There's just a lot of residual acreage that you just can't do anything with. So I'm estimating there's about 1.5 acres, and that's our typical drainage rate of 13 cents per square foot. So the aggregate of that value, when you take the 9.5 acres at the dollar, the 14.55 acres at the 25,000 an acre, and the 1.5 residual land at 13 cents, that aggregate value is my recommendation of 786,100. And I just wanted to point out, the best sale we have is literally across the street. When you look at my page 2, the green map, 17.43 acres, just sold for $1.14 a square foot for the whole thing. And it does have just a little bit of mixture of some of it still needs some work. There might be some drainage in there, but that's what the whole thing sold for. And it's literally across the street, right across the street. So it's a great comparable, and it's actually higher than what I had recommended. So I don't feel like my recommendation is more than what it would sell for.
Thanks, Rod. Mr. Boomsma?
Yeah, Dane Boomsma. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity. I've been buying and selling real estate in Pennington County for 25 years. This is the first time I have not been able to negotiate behind the scenes with an appraiser. So thanks for the opportunity to be in front of you guys today. My first argument, literally 25 years, and I come every year. These guys know me by name because I show up every year and we talk through things and figured out this is the first time I've had to come in front of the commission. So the first, just to rebut to some of the comments that Rod made, the property across the street is not a good comparable. And the fact that it's not a good comparable is because it has utilities ran through the property already, not just up to the property, but through the property. And the biggest reason, though, that it's not a comparable is that it's already zoned highway service, which is Box Elder's zoning for general commercial. All of my property, just to rewind, and I explained this to Rod, and I think this is caused some of the hang up with Rod, he and I in the beginning, is that was platted as Outlot A, and it was a 40-acre parcel that I had purchased. Now the purchase is unique. I'm paying $15,000 an acre, but I have an agreement with the landowner that I pay as a lot sale, so it's not a recordable sale. But the reality is I'm paying 15 grand an acre, and I was very open with Rod about that. We had to plat that lot to annex into the city. If we don't plat before we annex, as you guys know, we have to come in front of the commission and then go to the city. And so the process just is a little easier if we plat first. That's the only reason this is a remaining portion of a platted lot. It's a developmental platted lot. We platted it to annex it to then develop it. So now we have remaining parcel of a platted lot when it's just a temporary plat. As we develop, will continue. I own the 40 acres to the east of that as well, which is still zoned ag. In my opinion, it won't even raise question because it's unplatted. To me, the fact that it's platted doesn't increase the value tremendously. So I took Rod's approach and I said, show me your comps. I did not agree with his comps. One of the comps was down on Moon Meadows Drive, which is not a comparable property to Box Elder land. So, but in light of that, because in this situation, he's the boss, I tried to take his approach and I said, okay, my property, my platted remaining parcel is all zoned ag still under ag status. It's not been zoned residential, commercial, highway service. So I overlaid our master plan, which I hope you guys got a copy of here, and said, okay, I agree that it's development property, but let's allocate the cost to my future master plan if that's the approach we're going to use. So I emailed this to Rod, which has square footages and uses for future uses. I came up with a value of $532,000, which is a little over $25,000 an acre, which is still $10,000 beyond my agreement with the landowner that I'm working with. But understand, I've done improvements. We all increase the value of the land, especially as developers. So at that point in time, the conversation ended and Rod said we need to go to commissions. So here we are. Since then, though, I've pulled up several other properties either that I have ownership in, partial ownership, or that I have a managing role in doing development. The highest value of development property adjacent to platted lots is $20,000 in the county. So when Rod says the dollar per square foot, I don't find that accurate. And I've got the parcel numbers here if we wanted to pull them up. But Northern Light subdivision, just to the west of here, along Homestead Street in the valley, we have some land there that, in my opinion, would be significantly more than this Box Elder land. And that stuff is at $20,000 an acre. So I feel when I came back overlaying my future land use with values at the 500 some thousand, I'm actually being more than fair with the county and compromising on my end.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Ms. Hadcock.
So the land that you're talking about, yours is highway service. What land are you talking? Is it already rezoned, platted, all those?
So the land I referenced to, well, so a lot of the land in Northern Lights is just on platted portions.
Is it in a residential area?
It is, yep, and I don't know if we can pull it up, I can give you a tax ID number.
So your residential's gonna be different, you know that.
Well, majority of my land have bought the residential here, and that's why I broke it down on my exhibit, showing what is residential versus what is highway service. And I allocated costs according to that, because if we were using Rod's approach, I feel like that's the best way to do it, is I have a master plan, I know what I'm future gonna do.
You're going from highway service, not into medium density. You're going from highway service right into, low density.
So in Box Elder, medium density is GR3. GR2 would be like a zero lot line townhome. GR1 is residential. So on my exhibit, and did you guys get this?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, so
Hold on a sec. GR2 is
like a
basically,
townhouse.
would be medium density then.
So GR2 or GR3
One
would
would be
both.
just residential.
That's correct.
Because apartments, townhomes and stuff are usually medium,
In Rapid City.
yes,
Box Elder would be GR2 or GR3.
okay,
And so on my exhibit, you can see we did an area of GR3,
okay.
and then we also did an area of GR1. And then we also did the highway service, which is the commercial. And I mean, this is very public knowledge that we put out all the time on our future land use. This has been presented to the city council of Box Elder and approved as conceptual for our subdivision layout. So I didn't come up with this after Rod and I had started this discussion. This is out there.
Okay, so Rod, tell me your thinking.
Well, a couple things just to address what I feel is the best comp. That sale, that was $1.14 a square foot. It was ag when it sold, and then it was rezoned later. This property can be rezoned. So if the zoning is a question and that sale is a question, when it sold, it was just like the subject property. So I feel like it's a great comp. And yeah, that's the best that I can address that.
So the size would be the other factor in the comp. That was a 17-acre one-off piece. You know, I have an agreement on 160 acres that I'm going to future develop.
And that's why we do it at a per acre or per square foot. That puts it on an equal basis.
So when you sell those lots, are they gonna be 25,000, a lot?
Heck no.
I didn't think so.
No, but I'm gonna have 50,000 a lot in development costs into that. So today,
You're gonna
to
have-
sell my property, to Rod's argument, and his argument is always, and I don't disagree with him, could you sell this tomorrow for this amount of money? No, I couldn't, because the development costs today are so significant. This area needs such significant dirt work on it. Some of the soils are decent, a lot of the soils are bad in this area, which all goes into what it takes to develop the property. The property is not developed today. It's developed abutted to it, just like all the other properties that I've looked at that are 20,000 and under an acre value. We're at 30,000 today.
You said you had some utilities in the property that, you have platted with the GR2 and GR1?
So when I bought the property, the sewer line was in Liberty Boulevard. So we've since ran it to the end of Reagan, which is your east-west street, and then to the end of McGriff and to the end of Dorchester.
Right.
So the property across the street, that's Cimarron Drive, that sewer line was completely across Cimarron Drive when
Well,
they
the only
brought
thing
that property.
you didn't have a sewer line across it.
No.
If I may, so we just changed the map. What we were showing initially was a 2021 map. This is our 2022 map. The 2023 image would be a little bit closer to what I have on my map. The road going to the southern portion is there. The utilities are there. Everything is there. What he wants to do with his future plans is going to cost a lot more money, and it will then be valued at a much higher value.
Right.
As it is right now, it can be built on. It wouldn't fit what he wants to do with it, but it can be developed as it is right now, and that's the value that I'm placing on it, is how it would sell right now. His argument is, well, what I want to do with it is going to cost a lot more money. Yes, that's true, but if someone wanted to
Use as is.
develop it as is right now. I called the Box Elder Planning Department, talked with Barb, said, can someone get a permit right now today to build something there? Yes, it can be developed right now. What he wants to do with it is much further, and then we will change the value once those improvements are in. But as it is right now, it can be built on, and it can be developed.
Which is not untrue for any parcel in the county, whether it's platted or not. I have remaining parcels that abut, like I said, Northern Lights Community. Northern Lights Community LLC is a development that I'm a part of, right by Box Elder. This value is at 17,500 acres for 23 acres. I can go and build one structure on this property today. So the fact that it's platted or not platted does not change the cost of or the value of the property. So this is at 17,500, has residential lots and streets directly adjacent to it, just like my property here. I'm not asking for 17,000. I compromised and said, let's overlay the future land use. I'm at 25,000, which still is not justly. If I look at what your other land in Pennington County is valued at, 25,000 will be the highest adjacent significant sized parcel in the county.
My husband's a builder, you know that, right?
I do, yes.
Just to be straight up. And Rod got you at 114 square footage or per square foot. What did you think?
So when I overlaid my future land use, he was at $1 a square foot for the commercial.
Okay.
That was zoned the highway service.
Right.
I put 80 cents on the highway service. We don't have the zoning yet. We know the future will be. I discounted a little bit because it's future zoning is going to be highway service, but it's not zoned today. I went to 80 cents. The GR3, I went to 50 cents. Let's do the math. That's $21,780. I might be off, but regardless, it's 50 cents is 21,000, which is still more than I'm paying and more than every other adjacent development property in Pennington County. And then the GR2, which was, again, he's the boss in this situation, so I was trying to stay on his path, and I broke it down by his acreages, which would be the little sliver on the backside. We stuck with the 13 cents that he proposed on that one.
Any comment, Rod?
Nope,
Sir,
I'm good.
Nope.
Let's go.
Commission have any other questions? I will say that the Director of Equalization's recommendation started out at $1,113 per square foot. His recommendation is to change the value to $786,100. And I believe Mr. Boomsma's request is $532,866.
That's correct.
That's what your request is, so this, I'd go to the board for a recommendation.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
So Dane, I think he treated you pretty good by 71 cents a square foot on average, because you got 50, you got $1 in his square footage. I think he calculated it pretty good for what you're going to do out there. So I'm going to go with Rod on this, Dane, but you did have a heck of a talk today, is what I have to say to you, but I think he treated you pretty fairly at that 0.71. So that'd be my recommendation, is to go with
You're making a motion to go with the recommendations,
Rod's. Yes.
786,100. Was that a second from Lassiter?
actually, I was just going to ask a question.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor.
Want a second for discussion?
Need a second.
I'll second for discussion.
Second by Lassiter for discussion. Mr. Lassiter.
So what was the value of this 25.55 acres prior to all this development?
There was no plat for this. It was part of a much larger piece.
But that section, how much was it? I understand that. How much was it valued at?
Ag.
We wouldn't value just this section until we have a plat for it.
I understand, but it was part of a larger parcel, right? In the past, what was that larger parcel valued at per acre?
I don't know. Was it,
Dane
you know,
owns the
was
other
it ag?
part.
Yeah, so it's all egg
It's
status.
all
We
ag.
still run cattle all the way over to 151st. And here's the reality, Commission. I'm trying to again, be realistic. That will be egg status next year if we go with the value of 700,000. I farm and ranch, I run cattle next door, I will hay that this summer, I'll take pictures of it. The primary use of that 25 acres will be egg status next year, which in that point in time, you know your taxes will be significantly less at that point. And that's not a threat, I'm trying to be negotiated and realistic, but that's the reality. I own property on Dias Avenue that they've tried to dig me for years on it because it's valued because it's light industrial. We use primary use as ag, that's what it's gonna be taxed as. I have to wear two hats, and I'm also trying to compromise.
Thanks, Dean. Ms.
So, Mr. Chair, so to answer my question, roughly what was that property valued at per acre?
Probably hundreds of dollars an acre.
Okay, because it was a large parcel.
It was 320 acres prior to me buying the 40s at a time.
Tracking.
Any further discussion from the commission?
So, Mr. Chair, I do have another question. Which parcel or piece are you talking about that you would end up haying? Is it that east
East side.
of the blue line that's up there?
Everything encompassed in the blue line. We actually did plant grass and cover crop there last year, but it was too premature to hay. If you go out there, you can see all the rows that we planted back, and I'll hay it this summer. And I'll probably hay it regardless, but I live not too far from here, unfortunately, just in Meade County, but not too far.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next property is owned by Tim and Marcia Goodwin. That's tab number 9. Derek is here with the county.
Let Derek go first, and then we'll come to you, folks. Tim?
That's what I emailed to you a couple of days ago. All right, good morning, Derek again with Pennington County Equalization. Subject ID or tax ID we are talking about is 12829. It is 12873 J Pine Road, owned by Tim and Marcia Goodwin. And this property, it is north of the Three Forks intersection, but just south of Sheridan Lake. It's on the east side of Highway 385. And I am recommending that the 2024 assessed value of $482,600 be upheld. That brings a land value of $100,000 with a structure value of $382,600. Interior and exterior review of this property were completed as part of the appeal. And this review, it supports the current condition and quality of construction of the property. Subject property, it's unique. It's a triple wide mobile home. It's 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, 3,158 square feet, all above grade. It's a good quality of construction and it's in average condition. Comparable sales, they're all double wide mobile homes out in the hills. Year built range from 92 to 93. And a lot of the comparable sales, they're coming in at average plus condition. They range or average plus quality of construction. Condition, they're average to good condition. The comparable sales we're looking at, they have detached garages. One of them has a shop building. All of them are smaller than the subject property. They're 1,680 square feet to 2,238. That's above ground. When talking comparable sales, comp 1 on the comparable sales grid, this would be an inferior property. It's older, smaller, however, it has been remodeled. And this sold for $362,450. Comp 4, this would be an example of a superior property. It's On more land, it's a double wide, however, it's over a basement, still smaller than the subject property. It has more garage, it has a shop building, again, more land. And this one, it's off of Neck Yoke Road, so it's in a little bit different location compared to the subject property as well. And that sold for $515,900. And one of the concerns with Mr. Goodwin and his property is it's a triple wide mobile home. There's different lending concerns, homeowners insurance concerns that come with mobile homes. And when I was looking at comparable sales, that was one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to consider mobile homes. One thing our office does as part of sales verification or reviewing properties is we take a look at the certificate of real estate value. It's a form when you close on a property that ideally indicates if there was a conventional bank loan taken out for the property, cash sale, that side of things. With reviewing the comparable sales, some of them indicated on their CRVs that there was a conventional bank loan. I can't get into details as to which specific properties those were. There are confidentiality concerns there, but there are instances where a bank will lend on a mobile home. Now, it might be different than a stick-built home. Interest rates could be different. There's certainly differences there. However, it is out there. It does exist. There's lending on mobile homes. And with that, there was even triple wides. They're obviously unique. There's maybe a handful of them, 10 tops in the county. There was one of them that sold over the past couple years here, and it sold twice in 2022 and 2023. I didn't consider it for a comparable sale. It's in a different area of the county. It's out in the valley, and it's in less condition than the subject property, and it does not have a garage. So, but there were even those couple triple wide sales that there was lending for those properties. So, this property, it's difficult to value. It's a triple wide mobile home out in the hills. As far as comparable sales, double wides is the right route to go, but there is nothing like it. So with that, let's focus on what this property does have. It's over 3,000 square feet on an acre in the hills with a two-car garage coming in at just a shade under $500,000. And so with that, again, I am recommending that the assessed value be upheld. That's $482,000, $600 total, with a land value of $100,000 and a structure value of $382,600.
Thank you, Derek. Tim and Marcia?
Thank you, Commissioners, for giving us a chance to come before you. I know you all, so it's kind of like coming to Old Home Week, and I appreciate the opportunity to do this. First time I ever did it. With me is my wife, Marcia. If you say her name 3 times, Marcia, you'll remember her name. You might be too young, Travis, but the rest of them will. The Brady Bunch.
I know the Brady Bunch.
Okay, there you go.
Used to watch them all the time.
Maybe you're older than I thought.
He has the Brady Bunch.
I do have the Brady Bunch. Okay. We're coming before you today because I promised Marcia I wouldn't say we live in a trailer house, so I'll try not to say that. I would have Jeff Foxley say, you might be a redneck if, and one of them is if you have tires underneath your house. So we do have tires underneath our house. A couple of things that I think make this really alarming, how much that is, it came in at is, it is 25 years old, so it's a 25-year-old mobile home. We did get a mortgage when we bought it just 6 years ago, and it was, I had to pay, it was between 1.5% to 2%, and we had to really hustle. We got the 1.5% rate, higher than the normal at the time what the current mortgage interest rates were. And I have USAA insurance because I'm retired from the Army, and so, you get this great insurance company that's going to cover all your needs, except if you live in a mobile home, they don't cover mobile homes. So I pay a much higher homeowner's insurance on it because it's a mobile home.
doing pretty good on trailer house, right? So I think those are, circumstances that should be taken into account. I will tell you that I live in a we both live in a very nice home. I mean, one time I had the Attorney General hunting with me, and he's staying there that night, and he says, "Man, this is a nice place." And he's going, I said, "Marty, it's a trailer house." "Oh, it is not a trailer house." So it was in the winter times we had to get a scoop shovel and dig down and show him the skirting around it, because it does have skirting going all the way around it. It is a trailer house, but it's a very nice place. I'm kind of disappointed my commissioner's not here today, so I guess you can't say there's a conflict of interest because he's not here. I wondered if that was his picture on the wall, but I don't think that's him. But, he's not here. I texted him, he hasn't texted me back, so I hope he's okay. I could have picked him up. We live close to each other. So I guess those are the things that I'd like to mention on it. And then if I could just talk about something else that might be a remedy to this quagmire you guys are in on these property taxes, if I had a little bit of latitude to do that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also running for the legislature again. Nobody can believe that, but my sole purpose is running this property tax, because property tax got to the point now where it's a crisis, and I think it's unfair to the counties that the way you have to draw the money. And so there's a couple different bills that are in there. One was last year, but didn't get the support of the Senate, but the Senate's changed quite a bit. That will be this year. And one would be to just take out the school formula, so you don't have to worry about that. That's about 60%, 58%, depending what county you're in. And that would put a usage tax to pay for that, and that would give the county a lot of relief. And the one I have is probably the most radical one you ever hear, but if you think about it, and if you go through it, is where you just eliminate property tax on residential property. Your primary residence. If you have a second home, of course, that wouldn't be it. And it would also, if you eliminated it, it would help the farmer and the rancher, because they wouldn't be taxed on their home that they live in. And so the numbers I had Department of Revenue running, that was 5-cent sale tax would eliminate that. They also did an algorithm on it that they said they couldn't put it in writing. Then after 2 years into that 5-cent sales tax could be reduced to 2 cents because of the influx of spending. Because if people didn't have to pay whatever you pay, $5,000 to the county, you'd have that discretionary money to do whatever you wanted with. Even if you put it in a savings account, that would help the economy. But he says because of that, the way the economy would explode on that is that 2 cents would cover it. So basically, 2 years after, if it passed, you could have 2 cents extra sales tax and never, ever, ever house assessed again, and never have property tax, which I think you guys would have a lot easier job. But if that's possible to get through, we'll see. But that's the reason I'm running. You'll see if property tax is a key issue amongst the voters, because that's what I'm running on. It's like real estate. They say there's 3 things in real estate: location, location, location. Well, my campaign is property tax, property tax, property tax. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Durs.
So, Tim, you said that the home is skirted. So does that mean it's not on a foundation?
Yeah, no, it's not on a foundation. It's a trailer house. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Marcia. It's a mobile home with skirting around it.
So, follow up on that. You don't have piers.
No, it's just skirting around it. If you look underneath, you can see the tires.
Well, are you?
I'm done.
No, but I've got about 5 mobile homes, and so they all got tires on them. But some of them sit on piers and qualify for regular home financing, because the new regulation of the newer mobile homes is you have to put piers in, which is typical. You may still be skirted, but it's just like a foundation.
Right.
And you get them certified, and then you can get, in fact, last one I sold, that's what we had to do, is we had to hire a company to come in and show where the piers were, the straps, and then it qualified for conventional loan.
Yeah, when we bought the house, there wasn't any piers, so we had to pay the higher rate.
Okay, that was my question for all this.
My question was dealing with permanent foundation as well. That was like the first thing that came to mind, because
Yeah.
I've lived in trailer homes during my time, so some are permanent, some aren't, so that was my question.
Chair,
Is that got?
so how much can I ask how much you bought it for?
Yeah, I bought it. I lived in the log house below it, but my wife didn't like that house as well, so when this one came for sale, we had to buy it. And so I bought it for $305,000 6 years ago, 2018.
Okay. Thank you, Tim.
My only comment, they're a home. I've owned 5 of them. I've been in triple wides, and they are really nice, and I really don't think you'd have a problem selling it.
The other thing I didn't mention is I did, when I went and saw Derek, and I would like to mention that Derek was a total professional. You're lucky to have him as an employee. I mean, he put up with me. He even came out and did the assessment himself. I don't know if it's because he didn't want to send anybody else out or what. And the only thing I had to caution when he was at my house is he kept saying, "This is a nice place." I go, "We already got that established. We don't have to say it in every place because it is a nice place." But the one thing I asked him, I said, "Well, I've never bought a mobile home before. How much do they cost?" And he said, "Well, single wide's 80,000. I said, "Okay, 80 times 3, I'll take it, 240, right?" And so, anyway, I did call. I didn't have a chance to go to mobile home parks, but Marcia looked up on the internet, and a double wide on the internet is between 80 and 125,000. So that's how disjointed, and because of everybody moving here and how property, that sells around here has raised. So if you can buy a new one for 125,000 and say, when you say mine's a triple wide, if you look at the map up there, the only part that's a triple wide is that one little piece that juts out towards the bottom. That's actually, it's a pool room. I have a bar in it, and like Marcia says, I have all kinds of dead animals. But, I mean, it's not, it'd be a 2.5 wide is what it really is. So, I mean, if the new ones are 150 for that, and now we're saying it's worth, what, 386? I mean, that's crazy. And so, I mean, maybe there's comparables to that, but I mean, we're getting a little off into Never Never Land if you could get a new one for less than half of that.
I don't think you can.
I've
been out to priced some of them. The prices have all gone up. I just sold one 3 years ago, double wide for 220. So.
You saw a new one for that? You sold one?
No, it wasn't a new one.
That's what I'm talking about, is the new price. If we've this disjointed commissioner, that we've said new one's 150 and mine's worth 36, that's 25 years old. I mean, we've really went a long ways here in a bad way.
Mr. Chair. I'm
You
going to
gotta-
disagree
you gotta
with you on that one
compare
because I was looking for a double wide for the longest time. The cheapest double wide I found was 1,200 square feet and it was 180. And that was here locally in Rapid City. It was new on the lot. The one that would fit the size of my family was in the 270s to 300,000s for a new one. That's what, and that was just last year before we finally bought our place down in Buffalo Gap. Now, I will say, I don't know how nice your place is, but I think I've seen some pictures before on Facebook, with you and the grandkids and stuff. And it's about the same size as the place that I just bought down there. Yeah, I know, we see you on Facebook. It's about the same size as the place I did down there, and it's kind of roughly the same price. Now, mine is a modular, not a trailer home, mobile home, sorry, Marcia. Yes, I agree with you, Tim. The prices are crazy, but I do have a feeling a lot of that's just unfortunately the way the market is. But I wish I would have known where you were finding $150,000 mobile, because we probably would have bought it back then if we could have found one. But the cheapest we found, but it was 1,200 square feet, was 180.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So Derek, do you use a different criteria when you look at a mobile home as compared to conventional housing when you're
Right, yeah, when we talk comparable sales, stick-built versus mobile homes, we're not going to compare mobile homes to stick-built properties. With the approaches to value, there's a sales comparison approach and the cost approach. Mobile homes are only going to be valued using the cost approach just because they don't fit the variables of our model that's geared towards stick-built homes. They're not going to be accurate values. They're just not going to fit in with mobile homes. It's just too much of an apples and oranges comparison.
So, follow up, Mr. Chair. So on your comparables, Derek, when I look at your comp number 4, it looks to me like you really need to throw that one out. I mean, there's not a lot of comparables on that with the others as far as land, acres, as far as the home is concerned, et cetera. So when I look at the other comparables that you've used in taking that one out, in my mind, that does bring that that price down considerably. One other question on it. On the other improvements value, the 56.6, is that the garage?
Right, yeah, that's gonna be the garage driveway, I believe, Mr. Goodwin's or the Goodwin property, they have a small tool shed that's in there too. Yes, that's gonna include the garage and those other structures outside of the mobile home.
If I might add, we have a garage that's attached to it, and I have three outbuildings. One, I have my campaign signs in, one is a little greenhouse, and one's just a storage shed.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any more questions for Derek or the good ones?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester?
and this is going to be for both of y'all. Last year, it was valued at 490, and did you appeal it last year?
No, I did not.
Okay, and then this year, it's going down because after you looked at it, Derek, is that what I'm understanding?
Where after I looked at the property and no adjustments were made on my end, that was just basically a change to the area where the subject property is, the neighborhood, and the condition of the home depreciation, that side of things, instead of seeing that increasing market like we've seen the past couple years, they essentially offset each other, the amount of depreciation versus market appreciation. So, I mean, yeah, that's correct. The value did go down from last year to this year without me making any adjustments.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews?
So to me, it's still considerably higher than what I think that it should be. But does this also fit within that community of Hill City where the assessments are different as a community?
The property is outside of any city limits, so it's not within the city limits of Hill City or anything like that. It's out in the county.
Okay, but is it figured as part of that? Because I think the community that Shannon talks about goes outside of Hill City also. Does it not, Shannon?
Right, yeah, it's gonna be, the neighborhood it's in, it's gonna be, part of Hill City. I think it's even like the Hill City School District. Yes, that's where, the portion of the property taxes go, to Hill City.
Okay. So I'm still where I was 3 or 4 years ago on that, I still think that the county as a whole should be looked at rather than having these various communities. Because I think it does. I think it brings on unreasonable rates in particular areas.
I'd like to address that.
Certainly.
Seriously disagree with you.
I do, too.
You're referring, I think, to our use of identifying neighborhoods and valuing property.
Yes, I call it a community neighborhood is what you call it, yes.
So we have split the county up into large market areas, the far west, the far east, North Rapid, southeast Rapid. And in those large market areas, we've identified smaller neighborhoods, Robbinsdale, Chapel Valley. Some of them you'd recognize, some of them, Sheridan Lake Road, smaller neighborhoods within the market area where properties are similar. If a buyer is looking to purchase a property here, he would be looking at these types of properties. If you're looking to purchase a home in West Rapid, you're not going to go to Quinn and look at a property because you want to live in West Rapid. We heard earlier, somebody made the comment, the three most important things in real estate are location, location, location. We would be absolutely wrong if we did not use location as a factor in valuing properties. And the only way we can do that is identify neighborhoods. So in Mr. Goodwin's property, this is just an example.
Misses too.
It misses, yeah, sorry. Just an example of how this works is when we appraise this property, we're going to look for sales in that neighborhood or in adjacent neighborhoods. We're not going to go looking for a home in Quinn that's sold, or we're not going to go to Skyline Drive and look and see what a home sold there and use that to appraise this property. might be an indication of market value, but a very poor one. And the only way we can appraise a property accurately is if we identify those neighborhoods. Any appraiser does that.
I could rebut that. The one property is Neck Hill Road. That's on a country club golf course. It's 15 miles from where I live. I mean, that's like going to Skyline Drive. I mean, come on.
Not quite as bad, but what Derek said
It's actually more at Neck Hill Road than would be Skyline Drive that you're comparing it to, next to a golf course. I mean, come on.
Okay, per your argument there, we have to identify the neighborhood to make that statement.
Right.
And any appraiser has to consider location. It'd be wrong if we valued properties the same in Quinn as in Rapid City or Skyline Drive or Hill City. Because a home in Quinn or Wall is going to sell differently than if the exact same home is somewhere else in the county.
But it does bring on an unfair situation for, like on the schools, for Hill City, Keystone, that school district, they don't receive state aid because of the valuations that we have in that neighborhood.
But for assessment purposes, equal is all property at market value.
There you go.
What you're talking about is taxes.
Yep.
And here we're talking about assessed value and appraised value. And inequity in taxes is something he says he's going to fix with legislation.
So I was going to try.
Yeah. But what we're
I did hear
looking
try.
at- What we're looking at is market
Don't break
value
the
and
counter if you
assessments,
do
and
what
we
you
don't
do.
know what the tax will be yet.
Okay,
Just add something, Commissioner. It's kind of confusing, when you don't live in town. Remember when I was first in the legislature, they had on my nameplate Rapid City, because that's my address. That's what some bureaucrat at the post office decided that's 20 miles away. But my taxes go to Hill City, and I vote in Keystone. We both vote in Keystone. In fact, we're chairpersons for man and woman for the Keystone election district. So it's confusing about where you live. And so I said, well, I'm not having, my district wasn't even in Rapid City. I'm not having that on my nameplate. It'll kill me on election time or going to Cracker Barrels or something. It's not even my district at the time. And they said, what town do you want? And I said, well, you could pick Hill City or Keystone. Well, that threw them into a tizzy because they didn't know which one to pick. I said, well, you guys decide. So they picked Hill City.
so here's my concern. I kind of hear what Gary's saying when I'm looking at these. Comp number 4 is about the same as what you're assessing them at, but that's on a basement, it's on a foundation. And so that makes quite a bit of a difference when if you're not on piers and it's on blocks, that makes quite a bit of a difference. I do get that with the bank is you have to pay an extra percentage in financing reports, and then if it's over 20 years old, what year is it?
25.
It's 20
Mine's a 99.
99. If you once you get over 20 years, you can't do in-house loans on these either in a lot of places too, so that makes it difficult. And he's right about the insurance. There's only 3 companies in the nation that do mobile homes. 3. So, I mean, you're kind of what it is. So I am kind of stuck with that too. I've seen some of mine go up, which I think they should, and I've seen them go down in the depreciation as the years get older, but it's usually been the land gone up. So I'm struggling, Derek, with that, the 4 and his. And I know you got some of those ones in there, but those ones are at 302, 282, 234,
We're right in comp 4, yes, it's over a basement, it's still 500 to 700 feet smaller total square footage than the
Yep.
subject.
And 5 acres.
Subject as well. It's older to original condition. There might be a little bit of remodel work, but that's still a consideration too, is the subject property. It's over 3,000 square feet. Even with comp 4, although it's over a basement, it's still noticeably smaller than the subject property.
Chair.
Are you done, Derek?
Yes.
Ms. Hackett?
So the land value is, Tim has 1 acre and the other one is 5 acres. So he only put 200 on 5 acres, depending on what that land looks like. I thought that was cheaper on comp 4, and Tim's at 100, and he's got that kind of comparable all the way across. It's when you had the discussion, Travis and Lloyd, it sounded like the price of this mobile home was comparable, and that's what I'm looking at. Is the mobile home comparable? And I think Derek did his homework on this with a double wide at 286 and a triple wide at 382. So I'm going to tell you up straight, I don't know how much mobile homes or modular homes or anything are worth. I know they depreciate over the years, if I'm correct, but you took that in account, the depreciation of the 25 years, or we just don't take that, we just do the market value?
Where, yeah, the depreciation on the mobile home, that's going to be taken into account with its overall value. And even though the value of the subject property did go down this year, you're still looking at mobile homes and the amount of depreciation they have essentially being offset by market appreciation, where people are still paying more for those properties because you might be able to get out in the hills at a price point that you wouldn't for a stick-built home. So that's still out there. In fact, I'd say it's still prevalent that the amount of depreciation on mobile homes is being offset by market appreciation based off of sales.
So Derek, do you do a lot of mobile home sales, like modular and mobile?
Where we all take a look at it. Mobile homes, they're a completely separate animal than stick-built homes. We all deal with them in some capacity.
So if they have wheels, piers, underneath basements, all that stuff comes in, and you took that in consideration on all these comps.
Right, yeah. Comp 4, for example, that having a basement, it's valued as having a finished basement. If they have a perimeter foundation, there's value in that foundation that's taken into account. One of the other comps, it does have a perimeter foundation, but comp 4 having obviously the basement, then an additional comp having a perimeter foundation, they are taken into account. The rest of them are on piers.
Mr. Chair,
You done? Mr. Lester?
I just purely went and did a building cost value of the home and divided by a square foot and got a total for I took out comp 4. The good ones is 121. Comp 1 was $88 a square foot, 107 for comp 2 and 74 for comp 3. So it is higher than the other three comps, about $15 a square foot from what I figured out on that one, just for FYI.
Derek, do you have a follow-up on that?
Where, yeah, one thing with that price per square foot, the subject property it's in as good quality of construction. The rest of the comps are average plus, and that quality of construction, that has everything to do with amount of windows, wall height, interior finishes, that side of things. So the difference that you're seeing between just purely a mobile home comparison, price per square foot, it comes down to that quality of construction piece, and there's that condition component as well. So you look at those two things, that's going to impact the price per square foot.
So, Mr. Chair, follow up to that?
Yep.
When you say quality construction of the mobile home, is it the same brand of mobile home as those other ones? I mean, is there a way to determine that? Because mobile homes in general I mean, I get it, there's different companies that make them, but is their home built differently than any of the other mobile homes based on the company that was, the manufacturer of it?
Sure, it's going to be less about the company that built it and more about just what we see when we go out and look at properties. It's going to come into some of those things I mentioned. With mobile homes, roof pitch as well. If you look at a mobile home with, 4 to 612 roof pitch, not saying that the subject property has that, but that's just an example. That's going to make difference with quality of construction. So it's not like our office looks at mobile homes and says, okay, this is a champion mobile home, it's automatically this quality of construction. We're going to go off of what we see and make our decision for quality on there.
Could I add something?
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing is, I bought this home when it was 19 years old, and I just got underneath the wire because at 20 years, and so if I would go to resell it, it would be a challenge. I'm not saying nobody buy it because things are crazy in the hills, you know that.
No.
But it would be a challenge if somebody was trying to get a loan, unless it was a cash buyer, because it's 25 years old now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is a fact.
And also, if I could add one more thing, I can't see any place where somebody ever even talked about depreciation. I mean, I'm getting, like, it's brand new, stick-built house, and this is 25-year-old mobile home, 1999. Even has a little plate on it that says that.
And I'll have to, I agree that the 20-year mark does make a big difference with the banks. It makes it very much more difficult, but that doesn't mean that there isn't buyers out there, but it's just going to take longer.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
I'd make a motion to change the director's recommendation to have the land at 100,000, structure at 335,600 for a total of $435,600, which is a decrease of $47,000.
I'll second that for discussion. Mr. Drews.
I just think that it's justified. I think that even though Tim and Marcia did not, appeal it last year, I think it was high last year also, and the home's not getting any newer. 25 years old. I think this is more realistic.
My comment is I'd probably agree. Derek, I think one thing that you did say that I think was very important is some of the mobile homes on land the value has gone up, the appreciation has. I know some of mine have too. Whereas there used to be a steady decrease.
Mm-hmm.
But the sales, those are becoming more affordable. So instead of the 325, people are able to pay 220.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So they find ways to do it. But yes, the appreciation has shot up. So, but I think what Mr. Drews come up with is fair. Is there any other comments?
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead, Carolyn.
Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to double check the structure number. How much was it?
Land, 100,000. The structure, 335,600. Total, 435,600.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
That's a little less than what I was thinking, but that's okay. I think you should pay a little bit more.
Chair.
Ms. Adcock?
And Derek, not that you don't do a good job, but I think with the 25 years and some of the stuff on the loans and the different things on this, it does make sense. I don't know if I'd go this low as well, but I'm not going to argue it at this point. I'm going to be up straight. I really don't know about mobile homes and stuff, and that doesn't mean you don't. And I appreciate that. But again, I think with some of the circumstances, I think it makes sense, so.
Understood.
Thanks, Derek. So we do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks,
Thank
folks.
you.
Thank you very much.
Next on our agenda is
Thank you.
10-minute break.
The next appointment we've got.
Okay, it's 10:30. Time for our next appeal.
We're looking at tab 10 in your binder. It's Allen Acre property. Again, tab 10.
And thank you guys for numbering all these, and it's a lot easier to find. It's working good.
That was the goal.
And I'll recognize Shannon Champion.
Good morning, Commissioners. Shannon Champion, Department of Equalization, Staff Appraiser. Today we are looking at property number 41987, owned by Alan and Heidi Aker. The owner is appealing for ag status under timber. This property is located approximately 19 miles south on Highway 16 on Twin Springs Road. It's about a little over a quarter of a mile, or 3/4 of a mile down Twin Springs, and then it is about a quarter of a mile to the northwest along the 1880 train railroad. This property was purchased in 2020 for $500. It was a related sale, so
It was a what?
a related sale or not on the open market.
A relation.
The size of this property is 0.02 acres, roughly 200 square feet. I do have some photos that I gave to you just a few minutes ago that do show some of the property markers of this property. One of those is a National Forest corner marker, and you can see the size. I also placed yellow tabs along the room so you can see the actual size. One's in front of Commissioner Gary Drews. One is in between Ross Connect's seat and Hadcock's seat, and the other is on the back seat. That's the size of this property. It's too small to hold any kind of income off of it. And let's see. It is also not a buildable lot, according to planning, and it's questionably a legal lot at all. So my recommendation is a non-ag classification valued at the 2020 purchase at $500.
Mr. Akers.
I have something for you to look at.
Hi, Mr. Akers.
Hi. Good morning, Commissioners. And then this. So I admit it's not Ben Cartwright's Ponderosa. This has been classified as ag as long as my corporation has owned it, or as long as I have, which I don't know. I think it's a couple decades. I did get a.
I'm sorry, that you've owned it?
Me or my corporation.
Okay.
I did get a notice last year to prove up my ag status, and I was remiss in not responding to that. And I don't know if that would have changed what happened, but the ag status was changed this year. I think that the statute requires this be classified as ag because it's part of a management unit that's more than 80 acres. And the management unit is 2 or more parcels that are within 20 air miles of each other. And I do have a 153 acre parcel in Custer County. Passing down the Google Maps measuring tool, I think it came in at 12 point something miles away. So that's what I'm asking for.
Mr. Chair.
Shannon.
Going out to this property, especially for the use of timber, there are, as you can see, no trees on the property. There is no use on the property, which is the mandatory portion of the ag classification law. So that's where the removal of ag came from.
Mr.
I
Chair.
would disagree. There are small saplings starting, and I don't go out every month and hug them, but I am in the tree business, and that's the only thing happening on this land is growth of trees. And the statute says that if the primary use, I think it's primary is the word, is ag, and ag includes timber, then it's ag. And the only use of this land is growing trees. As she said, that's all I can do with it. The other thing I'd point out is, as a joiner of the railroad right-of-way, I do believe I have a right to harvest and thin trees within the railroad right-of-way on my side of it. So that would include trees,
Right.
and that would, large trees, and that would make it a larger area.
Mr. Laster.
All right, Shannon and sir, I see a very small pie sliver is what I see here. just for clarification, there's no other piece of land going on the other side of that line that's yours. It's just this little piece. You're not connected to something else. It's just this little piece of land.
Correct.
Okay, so that's my first question. And I have small acreage for ag, and I have to do my production on there. And so I understand, in addition to being classified as ag land for tax purposes, land must meet one of the following criteria. And I'm guessing you've read those criteria and you're aware of them. Do you meet the minimum for $2,500 per year
I do,
on that parcel?
on my management unit.
That's close.
Well, the management unit is in there, but I understand. I don't know if it counts as the management unit for item one. The management unit is in part two. They meet the secondary one. Part of a management unit not less than 80 acres. And you're saying you have 80 acres or more?
153. And I don't have to meet both 1 and 2. If I meet number
Nope,
2.
I understand that. I was saying under one, but I get it that you're 11.326 miles. Is that what I understand? Okay, I'm still kind of, I get it that it's within the mileage, but
Mr. Chair,
Shannon,
I just want to make it clear that the part of the law, you do have to meet 2 out of 3, but that very first section that says the primary use of this parcel is for ag purposes. And that's where we're looking. We're not really looking at the acreage part or the income part.
Chair.
We're looking at the predominant use
Chair.
of this piece.
you finished, Shannon?
Yes.
Okay.
Shannon, I don't think it meets any criteria, but that's small.
I'm starting with the
I'm
first
gonna be up straight. So if, okay, I'm gonna be just here. I'd put it with the ag, or I'd put it with whatever was next to it, whatever I owned, and call it that. I know it doesn't meet that, but the 153 acres, you put this up here for us. We have drainage lots and everything else were 0 because they're not buildable. And that's why I'm saying that maybe, to me, it makes sense if it's this small, put it in with the land that's already 153 acres, that kind of thing. 'Cause he's not going to build on it. He can't build on it. He's going to sell it for, I don't know, maybe never sell it because it's not buildable. It's not, you can't do anything with it.
yeah, that's,
So that, to me, I know you're trying, and you're doing a great job, but it makes sense to just put it in with the 153 because it's not buildable. Like I said, we do it with drainage lots. We do it with other lots that are not buildable. Put them at 0, or we give them to the city or the county and not pay taxes on them anymore. So I think makes more sense to let them keep that parcel, put it in with the ag and with the 153. That's my point. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Shannon,
So that part of use, I mean, I have multiple ranchers that have large acreages, and because of use on certain ones, they don't get ag on that piece because of the specific use on it. And they understand that. I forgot my other point.
Is it this size though?
No,
That's why I'm saying
it's a
it.
larger size.
That's
But
why I'm saying it.
I do look at that, when you're walking through that 10-6-112 law, you look at that first portion of it. Doesn't meet use. No. So you go no further. It doesn't matter about anything else. There is no use on the property.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So Shannon, I don't
Yes.
see any place where it says that there has to be annual harvests on the land.
No. No, but even being out there, I did take another appraiser with me, and we looked at the entire piece. And as far as saplings, I mean, I think I saw one pine cone on the whole thing. There's nothing. And if you're truly trying to grow saplings, then you would be planting on a property like this than waiting for a natural seed.
Somebody, Mr. Akers, do you have one more comment before I go to the board for a motion?
I would just say, yeah, there's not a large-scale logging operation happening there, but people who own land along railroad right-of-ways, my neighbor to the west, he's grazing right up to the fence, and it's in the railroad right-of-way, and he's using it for ag, and so am I. I'm using that right-of-way to grow trees. And there are some little saplings on my land.
Any further questions from the board?
Lucky to have something like that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
Shannon, I agree that it might be navigating through the very technicalities of the law, but how many trees could he legitimately grow on there if he planted them? I mean, it's 200 square feet roughly. I mean, I could plant probably 2 or 3 trees and then harvest them whenever they're done. Don't get me wrong, I do realize that for some reason, some people do try to navigate the very fine particulars to get what they need or what they want. It's been ag, we haven't made a lot of money on it in the past, I guess, from taxes. And it's a very small parcel that technically meets the criteria. And if you wanted to put 3, from a producer standpoint, I don't think it would be very cost effective to put 3. But that's not our decision to make the determination of what they use the land for. And it does say timber. I mean, my goats would eat that up at about 2 hours, but but you can grow trees on it, I guess. That's kind of where I'm stuck on this. Yeah, you can grow 3 or 4 trees probably healthily and then harvest them. And, I don't know how long it takes certain trees to grow. It depends on what you put out there. But I guess by the technicality of the law, it may meet the criteria.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dorr.
Alan, are you appealing the $500? It was at $100 previous. Are you appealing the $500 assessment?
I am, but that's not a big deal to me. The ag status is more important to me than the amount we put it at.
My only question that I have is the reason you're holding on to this is because of the railroad right away?
That's correct.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, otherwise it's.
Yeah.
And the reason why.
It might become one of those parcels nobody pays taxes on, but the taxes are so little small every year. The other thing, if they ever abandon that railroad, I can tell you this is going to be a buildable lot. And what's that worth? That's worth paying some taxes for a few years, so.
I apologize. My husband was having surgery, so I had to check on him. He's doing good. Thank you, Jesus. But
Mr. Chair, can you explain that it could be a buildable lot if the railroad's not there? What do you mean?
When they abandon a railroad right away, and I think this was litigated with the line from Deadwood to Hill City, unless there's a trail use made like they made the Mickelson Trail, unless there's another use like that made, it reverts to the owners on each side.
Right, yeah, I'm aware of that. So where's the right-of-way and?
Well, you see the blue triangle?
Yep.
Between that and the railroad.
Okay, straight, kind of south west on there. So then you would gain from that point all the way.
And it touches the railroad, and then it goes, then the railroad curves, and I would have another parcel further along the railroad in this direction.
you have a picture in your packet.
Which one is it? I mean, I can understand.
That upper blue line is the railroad right away. Yeah.
So Alan, what are you asking us to do today?
Restore the ag status and put whatever value on it that they would use for that land for ag. I don't want to be treated different than any other ag.
So what would the ag status or the value on ag be?
100.
Pardon me, Shannon? I didn't hear that.
What's that?
I didn't hear that.
100.
It'd be the 2023 assessment, which was $100.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
A motion and a second to change the status to ag, which would bring the assessment to the 2023 assessment value of 100. Is that the proper motion, Shannon?
Yes. Well,
Not for
are you
her,
asking my
but
What?
opinion?
Well, I was looking at both of you,
yes.
looking at her for some help.
Yes, that's what it would
Thank
be
you,
for
Shannon.
ag.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, Annie's keeping the ag status, or we're just setting it at 100? I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
My understanding is changing it to ag status, which in turn changes it to that assessment of
Dollars.
100.
Gotcha.
Because that's what he'd asked for, is he's not asking for anything different, just the status. So if ag goes up a little bit, then it would be that. So I have a motion by Hadcock and a second by Drews. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And thank you, Mr. Akers.
Tab number 11, Mr. and Mrs. Rich. And Dawn?
You need to be next to your computer.
No, I'm good right here.
I can use it?
You can have that microphone right there. Did you guys get my letter in the mail with the comparable sales? Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I had shared those with the commissioner as well. Good morning, Commissioners. Don Puckett, appraiser for Equalization. This is appeal number 11, parcel ID 28083. The owners are Stephen and Deborah Rich, and they are with us this morning. The address of the property is 3501 Gallery Lane. This is in West Rapid City, south of Canyon Lake. The value recommendation that I'm going to be discussing is $340,700. In your packet, page 2 from the information from our office, I have included a comparable sales report. This shows sales of 3 highly comparable properties in the area of the subject. These sales were very recent. Sale prices ranging from $355,000 to $435,000. The adjusted sale price per square foot range calculates to $247 to $282 per square foot. The square foot of the subject from the assessed value is at $230 per square foot. This is well below the range of the other comparables. In the discussion with the Riches, the biggest concern appears to be the inequity of assessments for the 2024 tax year, and I'm sure he'll visit with you more about that. But I included on page 3 a history of values for you so you can understand what we're talking about. The 2024 valuation was appealed to the local board. The local board reduced the value to $315,000, which was last year's value that the local board reduced this property to. So it's been appealed both years. They returned it to that a lower value. In 2023, because of the volume of appeals, we did not take this back to the county board level. And so that's where that $315,000 came from, was by the local board. This year, the office determined that the appeal should be taken back to the county board as the local board change has significantly unequalized the values of the property from the market and from the properties around it. Further, the Riches also asked to bring their appeal back before the county board. Another concern of the Riches is that the assessment notices mail out with the prior year's original value and the percentage change to the 2024 value from that number. And so in this case, their assessment notice said a negative 3.48% change. And that was not correct. The actual change in value was 8.44% from that local board changed value. The appellant compares his 8% valuation increase to those around you and feels like he's being treated differently. So I did include a map, page 4 of my handouts, that shows the percentage change of all the properties around him so that you could see that. And I want to note that none of these properties that I've marked the percent change on were appealed. So the percent change is from the 2024 valuation, or excuse me, the 2023 valuation. The prior year's valuation, whether the local board adjusted the original or not, is not the basis for the 2024 valuation. Each year is a new assessment year. All of these properties were subjected to the same procedures and analysis as the 2024 assessments, and the subject property was not treated any differently from that aspect. After an on-site review of the property data, I did make a small correction to the total living area of the home. And it made a slight reduction in value of $900. So my recommendation is the original assessment less that adjustment. So I'm asking the board to uphold a value of $67,600 on land, $273,100 on structures, for a total value of $340,700.
Thank you, Don. And Steve and Deborah?
Quick question.
Well, hold on just a second. We got a question from Commissioner.
So Don, when we refer to local board here, we're talking about the board at the city level?
Rapid City.
Not
Yes.
at the county level? Correct?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, the Rapid City
Okay.
Board, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hadcock.
So you're going from 415.6 to 347? Don? Or,
So the 2024 valuation mailed out at $341,600. And I am recommending $340,700, so a $900 adjustment is all.
thank you.
And the 2023 assessment, if I'm correct, as you showed, that was from the local board dropping that
Yes.
And the
couple years in a row.
and the market average is 415.
Yeah.
I was looking at Olympic average, market average. I wasn't looking at total cost. Sorry, Don.
Oh, on the sales comparison grade.
Yes, sir.
So the
I mean-
415 is the market average based on the sales.
Okay,
The valuation I'm recommending is based on the cost approach.
thank you.
Okay, you done, Deb?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
One final question. So back at the local board again this year then, the local board has recommended taking it back to last year's level of the 315,000.
Correct, which was the value they lowered it to last year.
Right.
So this property is actually going through 2 assessment cycles in an increasing market, and they are lowering the value, and then they're lowering it again.
Okay. Stephen and Deborah, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, we did appeal last year when they tried to raise it from, I think it was at 289 to up to 353.9. And we appealed that to the city level. And based upon the assessments of houses around us, the local board, they lowered that to $315,000 last year. And we did not appeal that. The department wasn't there. We didn't appeal it to the county commission, and neither did they. So I guess my assumption was that I don't understand how this can be 2 appeals, how you can retroactively appeal what you failed to do last year. So anyway, we get our assessment for this year, and the computer says the value of it is $353,900. Which is incorrect. The value is 315. That was set by the local board. And there was no appeal of that. So it's misleading when at the top of this assessment notice, it says it's 353.9. Then they changed the assessment. They added $13,500 to the land portion of the assessment. And they added, from the 315, they would have added, I think, another 14,000 for the land itself to get it up to 341 is what they did on the current assessment. But they said, using last year's failed number, they said it was a minus 3.48% decrease in our assessment, which it isn't. It's actually an 8% increase because it went up $26,000. So that's my first complaint, is that all I've been told is their computer program has that number in there from their models, and I do not understand how a number that is changed, whether it's by the local board, the department, or the county commissioners or an ALJ, how that number can be changed and then the computer refuses to recognize it. Like, because there's nothing they can do about that. And I'm like, no, you just enter it. Because they put the original number in when you look at the public websites, when you look up everybody's assessment that everybody has access to, it went in right away at 353.9. And then we had the hearing last year in front of the city. It went down to 315. So somebody changed that number, but apparently they can't change it on their new assessment form. So I don't understand that either. But when we got it, then I did what I always do. I look at all our other neighbors, what they got. And part of the reason that the city lowered it to 315 last year is because the house across the street, it's owned by the Heights, and it's a split level 2-car garage, same size lot, pretty much, that they had bought for $235,000, I think 4 years ago. But that was assessed by the equalization at $311,500, while ours was being assessed at $353,900. So that's a $40,000 difference looking at the house across the street from us. And our house is one we bought 9 years ago. It's a little bit less than 1,500 square feet, but it's all one level. Because we decided that we're going to get out of our big house and we're going to get where our knees, there's no stairs. And we found this place came up for sale and we bought it. And that was our plan, is to just get into a smaller home on one level. But the square footage is, the house across the street with the Heights at 3413 Meadowbrook Drive is actually a little bit bigger, more square footage than our house. Yet that was assessed at 311. So that's why the city local board last year lowered ours to 315,000. So when I pulled up the Heights to look at what their 2024 assessment, they received the same $13,500 increase on the lot values, the land values, to 67. But the value of the home structure on their lot across the street was lowered from $257,000 to $223,000. It was dropped by $34,000 decrease. So now their assessment is at $291,400. And I'm going, well, ours should have dropped too then, of whatever comparable sales you want to point at. But if the value of their house goes down, then so should ours as far as the assessment. And they've actually moved out and it's now a B&B. So they're not even living there anymore. But it was lowered to that 291 figure. So that was one thing I looked at. Our next door neighbor next to us, Don Morrison, on the other side, has a bigger home. It's 3 levels with a full basement. And his was increased with the lot price of $13,500 like everybody was. But his was lowered, the value of his home was lowered by an additional $30,000. So his net assessment, his assessment was reduced $23,000 to $350,000, right next door to us on the other side. And so again, I'm going, well, why didn't we get the decrease? And the only thing I can figure out is because we appealed it last year, and they didn't. But because somehow the model now, according to what she said, it used the same calculation to arrive at 353 for our house, exactly the same number as last year.
Yeah.
Which seems pretty.
After you appeal, it goes back, you do it every year.
Well, apparently it's left at that, but no, I'm still talking. So I looked at his house, and he got a reduction, and his house is actually 300 to 400 square feet larger than our house, and it would now be assessed under their current calculations $9,000 more. So for $9,000 more, you get 300 more square feet. So I don't understand all these square footage calculations that are being thrown out here, but I'm just looking at the total assessment in similar houses. So you start looking at other houses up and down the street, and several of them received the same increase in land, but they got building structure reductions. Because like the gentleman, Mr. Hanna, across the street in a two-level, two-car garage, right from our yard, his is at 308, his assessment is.
Did everybody flood out except you?
What's that?
I'm just kidding. I said, did everybody flood out except you?
I don't know.
Just-
I guess, I think you talk to people, and most people, when you ask about their assessment, they shrug their shoulders and say, well, there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm like, well, that's wrong. There is an appeal process. That's where you hope to get a more equal, fair assessment. And so I looked at those houses, and there's houses, I mean, I've photocopied off houses. There's houses up and down the street. We moved there 9 years ago, and literally the 9 houses across the street from us that butt up against Dunham's property, I call it, that hasn't been divided into lots yet, but 8 of those have sold, I think, we figured, in the last 9 years. I mean, these houses come up for sale, they get bought, and up and down the street, and down the corner on West Ridge, and down like the comparable sales, down on Nicholas, down on Western, and everything else. But the thing I'm like, after 5 years, we finally, when house prices started going up and the assessments kept going up, this is the year where other people are getting it decreases in their assessment, but we don't. And so that's why I appealed it. So then when we went to the city, we were literally the second hearing they had, and we were going through this, and they only set 10 minutes, and then one of them moved to just keep it at what it was with the wisdom of Solomon, which was not our request. Because what we have requested with Mr. Puckett, and that we think it should be assessed at 67,000 with the increase in land, the 67,600, but reduced down to 227,400 on the land for a net 295,000 is what we think the assessment should be. And that's frankly based on Heights House across the street got reduced 20,000. So okay, where's our reduction? If we're being treated fairly and the same and things are being equalized.
Chair,
Can I have Don?
Dawn,
respond?
that's what I was going to have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don, can you want to respond?
Well, I have a lot to respond to that. I don't know if you want to hear everything I have to say, but, you know, if we had taken this back from the local board last year and reinstated that value, his assessment would have actually went down like everybody else's this year. Where it's coming up different is because it was reduced by the local board and we didn't take it back. We just couldn't. We just had too much volume last year. So that was a decision by our office, and maybe it wasn't the best one, but that was what we went with. You know, once again, the 2024 assessment is not based on the 2023 assessment. It's based on the policies and procedures and the sales and everything for the new year. So going back to that 315,000, which most likely was not market value last year, is not a good basis to start adjusting for this next year. As far as the assessment notices go, I'd love for that to get fixed. And but it's not something that I can fix, and the best I can do is explain it to the taxpayers when they call what's going on. The taxes were levied against the amount reduced by the local board. To me, that's the critical part, that the taxes weren't levied against a number that they should not have been levied against. And I check that if a taxpayer calls, because we field quite a few calls on this, I always check that to make sure the taxes were levied correctly. The houses he's talking about on either side of him are bi-levels, so they have finished basements. If they had sold, and I think he said the one may have sold, they aren't comparables I would use for his home. Excuse me, their home. This is all one level of living, and they do sell a little bit differently than a bi-level with a basement. For that reason, I try my hardest not to use a home over a basement when you're comparing a home that doesn't have a basement under it. And so those comparables I gave you, the one does have a basement, but it's not finished. And that's a relatively easy adjustment to make to a sale price. And then the other two don't have a basement, so I feel the comparables are very strong and indicate even a little bit higher assessment than what we mailed out this year. I think that's all I have.
I'm going to go to the board here real quick.
Let me finish up though on the city, where, like I said, we didn't ask that it just be set at the 315. And, and they were calling up the next people, and so we just collected our stuff and left. But when they took the vote, they left the lot price at last year's lot price. And that's why I appealed it to you, because I can't defend that. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood got the $13,000 increase, so it's supposed to be at 67,000, and everybody else got it. So that's why we appealed it, because I said I can't defend that number. Otherwise, I'm just going to get it again next year. But I do feel we're entitled to the decrease on the house, because that's what other people got. But the houses on the comparable sale, the one down on Western Avenue that's sold last year for $360,000 was bought by a corporation who's just flipping it.
Yep.
And they're fixing it up to flip it.
It's been totally remodeled.
But if you look at the assessment of that house, after the woman paid $360 for it, last year was assessed at $304, and they had an increase for the land, and it went up to $308 with a warranty deed for $360 laying right there in front of them. It only went up $4,000 at $308. So now this comparable house to ours is assessed at literally $23,000 or $33,000 less than ours. And we haven't done anything to our house since we had the kitchen remodeled in 2019. There's nothing, improvements or anything, but if you're using the house for a comparable sale to say, well, this is why your house is worth all of this, then why aren't the assessments the same?
Chair.
If it's a comparable for that purpose, then why isn't the other way?
Chair.
Steve, we need to have some discussion from the board, so I'm going to go to the board next since we've heard from both sides. Ms. Hadcock.
So she's not using your comparables in your neighborhood, probably because something's different on your house, your land, quality. They take a lot of things in consideration. And I'll just tell you, been on the local board before and been here. When you're on the local board, most of them, okay, I'll be up straight, they just lower them. Because in the long run, you have to come see us. So they really don't have an effect in a sense, except every local board that I've ever seen, whether it be Twin or anywhere else, they seem to all lower everybody's taxes. So I don't think I've ever seen one hired since I've been here, and I've been in here 9 years, that a local board has been higher than us. It's always been lower. So I take that to heart that, if they had to sit up here with us, it might be a little bit different. I've always been saying that since we started. You need to put a school board member, because they get taxes, a city council member, and then us with them, and I think you'd get more of a comparable committee. Not that we can't do our jobs, but it'd be nice to have their input in front of everybody and listen to what we listen to through this in order to make good decisions. So number two, Don, tell me about your comparables, because why didn't you take the neighborhood? We always say market valuable, what's happening in the neighborhood. Why wouldn't you take, Mr. Stevens says that everything's lowering in his neighborhood. Why didn't you use his neighborhood if everything's lowering? And what, bottom line, why wasn't his lowered?
So on the comparable sales grid where it says neighborhood, it's the fourth line down and it says 64. All four of those properties are in the same neighborhood. Western is, I don't know.
7, 8 blocks away.
Yeah, I was gonna say a half mile to a mile north. Meadowbrook is very, very close. I'm sorry, I should have given you a map of the comparables. But
okay.
Meadowbrook and Nicholas Court are very close to the subject. And within that neighborhood, I just went out and searched ones that were either no basements or basements with no finish. So they are all in that same neighborhood. They're just not right on the same street or the same block as the subject.
Okay, and comp one went up 37,000, comp two went up 52, and comp three went up 8. So in his neighborhood, they weren't comparables, ones that were selling, and Mr. Stevens says that they sold for less, or in one case, it turned into a B, but why didn't we use the neighborhood that was selling at the time? Is it because the comps weren't comparable to the other comps in the neighborhood?
Well, I used the comparables from the neighborhood. I didn't branch.
On his block is what he's
Oh,
saying.
No,
The things that had sold right around him were like by levels, and so I didn't want to use those. And then like the house on Western,
Yeah,
that one sold, and I know it was a flip. When I drove by it, and it's currently listed, it's under contract, it's going to sell for over $500,000. So the current assessment is being looked at as that $360,000 sale.
okay.
And we're a little behind the market here, similar to where it's suggesting 340,000 for his property. But if you look at the MRA average at 415, it is quite a bit higher. So even that valuation that I'm recommending, I know is still behind the market.
And we just put a mobile home, a triple wide mobile home at 335, sir, so, plus the land. So,
well, here's,
hold on,
let me say,
hold on. So, and they lowered it last year, and we lowered it last year, and now she's trying to bring it into fair market value in your area? Or, like you said, I thought it was on your block that you were talking about. She did comparables, with land, with ranch, that kind of thing that makes a difference. So, depends on what's happening across the street. If you compare mine to the one across the street, you're gonna be sadly, or in the neighborhood, mine isn't anything like anybody else's in the neighborhood to a certain extent. The land probably is, same neighborhood, but, how it's built, like I said, bottom line, I don't think the 347 is that high, based on, they never raised it last year. And this year, 340, and that house, to me, would sell for 340 with that land at 67.6, so.
Stephen, I got to give the commissioners a chance to ask questions and get some information before I go back to you. So I'm going to go back to the rest of the commission. Do you have any questions for Don or Stephen?
No.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews?
my question would be, if it was set at the 315,000, would you be pleased with that or not?
frankly, no, because unless it takes into account the increase of land.
Okay.
But if you add in the increase in land of 13.5 and the other houses next to us getting a $25,000 reduction on their building structure, we're literally, to leave it the same at 315 literally is costing us $33,000 in my opinion, because that's what our neighbors got. They got a reduction with
Not
the
the same
increase
type
of
of
land
house.
and the decrease. And all the numbers posted on the map with the houses are calculated without figuring the percentage increase, without figuring the increase for land.
Stephen, they probably got a increase last year as well, so that makes a huge difference. They got increased and you got decreased.
Mr.
Last
Drews
year.
still has the floor.
We weren't increased as much. We were at 289 and it was increased to 380, to 315.
Mr. Drews, did
I
you have a
mean,
follow-up?
I'm done.
Okay.
but let me back up a little bit because the house on Westridge, which was right behind us
Right.
on Meadowbrook, a house which is a split level there with the drive under garage, sold for $385,000, April 2023.
Yours is a ranch though, Stephen. So the
Pardon me?
ranch might sell different, how it's built. That's what we're saying. You're just
I,
taking houses in the neighborhood. You're not doing what she's telling you is comparable, sir.
well, actually, it isn't because the house on Nicholas Court has got a full basement.
Okay.
It's 3,000 square feet.
But the basement is unfinished.
Yes.
It's just.
I don't think
it's
it is unfinished.
just a
I don't know. A friend of our daughter's lives there,
Oy.
and she's been over there with playtime with the kids. So, but let me say that the house behind us, they
Okay.
bought it for 385. The house assessment was increased to 13,600, but the structure value was lowered by $37,000 to where its assessment for a house that they just paid 385 for was assessed this year for 328.6.
Okay.
So if we're trying to get to market value or so-called value of the house, why wasn't this house considered? There's a house down the road, was assessed at 3102 Meadowbrook Drive. It was assessed at $388,000 last year.
Chair, I'm
Okay.
And
gonna make the
they bought
motion.
it for 265,000, the
Okay.
guy did, and
Sir,
he's tearing it up.
okay, sir. Ms. Hadcock,
Make the motion 347, that'd be 67.6 on the land, 273.1 on the, building.
staff recommendations for 347,
340,
700.
300, yes, sir.
So your motion is for land at 67,600, structure at 273,100, and total of 340,700.
Yes, sir.
That's your motion. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
There's a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
what I'm seeing is that if it would have gone up last year to 353,900, Don, correct me if I'm wrong, they would have had a reduction this year because your evaluation this year is 341,600.
Correct.
So they would have realized that same amount of reduction. The only problem is last year, the local board reduced it lower than what they probably should have at that point in time. And since it didn't come here for them to appeal it, it made it look like last year, you guys probably got a really big deal on your property versus your neighbors. We can't control who decides to come in and appeal, and so that we can discuss with them on that. That's all up into the individual landowners. You chose to come in here and talk, but none of your neighbors or whatever did. So I look at it as we have to make sure we're doing the right evaluation on it, and I think from what I see, the numbers are pretty darn close. I don't see any major glaring errors on this particular piece.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with 1 no. Thank you, Don, and
Folks for coming in.
Stephen and Deborah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners. Oops. Better grab that.
Next, that brings us to
KL Designs, tab number 12.
KL Designs, number 12.
Bree from our office.
Wow.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You were talking to a couple back there. I thought that was him. Okay, Haney's? All right, let's skip to 13. KL Design isn't here, so let's go ahead and maybe come back.
The 14?
Okay.
12 or
I'm sorry, I thought.
13.
13?
Deb.
Thank you.
Larry and Nancy Ham.
I numbered mine wrong.
And Bree,
Yes.
Everybody found theirs? Okay. You have the floor, Bree.
All right. Hello, my name is Breanne Davis, and appraiser at Pennington County Equalization. The parcel being appealed is 26241, owned by Nancy and Larry Haney at 2101 West Floorman Street, Rapid City, South Dakota. The mailed out assessment value of this property is $168,800. This is a 1,150 square foot home built in 1959 with 3 bedrooms and 1 bath. This property also has a 720 square foot detached garage built in 2000.
Unattached.
Detached, yeah.
Okay.
While visiting with Nancy and Larry last October for their solar panel additions, they informed me that the home was having more structural issues. While walking through the home, I noted that the home does have structural issues on the interior and exterior. You can visibly see the nails popping out of the drywalls and exterior foundation cracks on the south side of the home. On the east wall of the driveway has sunken next to the house 1.5 inches. This home has some deferred maintenance along with no updates. I have taken into account the structural issues of the property, and a 30% adjustment was made. The detached 2-car garage appears structurally sound. The comparables provided are properties with no known foundation issues that have sold on the open market. The subject property, without the known structural issues and adjustments made, would be $253,700. Referring to your comps, comparable one is older. It is smaller in square feet. This one does have a basement with a smaller detached garage, slight interior updates. Comparable 2 is the same year build, slightly more square foot, with a significantly smaller attached garage, dated but maintained interior. Comparable 3, same size land, less square footage, no garage at all, same bedroom, bathroom, dated interior. I am making a recommendation value of no change with the land at $52,700, improvements at $116,100, with a total of $168,800.
Thank you, Bree. And Larry, Nancy, you have the floor.
Okay. We want to thank you for the opportunity to come before you to appeal our property tax assessment. Our house was built in 1959. I have been in my house for 30-plus years. Larry has lived in Rapid City his whole life. It's still the same house that was built in 1959. Just because someone would pay the price because we're having people coming in here from out of states that have more money, you say it's worth, doesn't mean it's worth that. Our house is like none other in the neighborhood. We are one level and have no basement. The house assessment went from 130 to 151 to 168. This is due to people moving here from out of state, and we don't make the wages that they do. They're pricing us out of our home that we spent our whole marriage paying off. We borrowed money against our IRA to get it paid off so he could retire because he's injured. He was a plumber. He can't do it anymore. Someone would say get a part-time job, but after working 30-plus years at the hospital, and Larry being a plumber for 47 years, it shouldn't be a necessity. We should be able to retire and not have to worry about losing our house. I have MS. Larry just had surgery and can't work. We worked our whole lives to be able to retire. Just because someone says they'll pay that doesn't mean that the house is worth that much. It's not. We will lose our home if our taxes go up. We are both on Social Security right now. I put $250 in the bank for taxes and insurance every month, which comes right off the top of my Social Security. We have medical bills on top of that. I don't mind paying our share, but we feel this is a little high for us, or for the whole neighborhood. All these comps are not even in our neighborhood. They're down by Sheridan Lake Road. You're supposed to be protecting us so we don't lose our house. Like I said, we've lived here our whole lives and don't feel like we should be priced out.
So Nancy, have you guys checked about the tax freeze?
We got
because you're
turned-
65 and
Yep.
it sounds like to me you guys qualify for
We
that.
got turned down because he worked half a year last year.
Okay, so next year you can.
Next year we can,
You can.
but right now, you know, we got turned on. We went and
Okay.
did it the very
So I
last
just
day.
wanted to make sure that you know that's available and
Yes.
it sounds like you're in that range, so,
Next week, next year we'll be able to, but he, like I said, he worked half a year.
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So Nancy, your house is on a corner lot?
Oh, it's on a corner lot.
Okay, so, and it's a small lot, so you really don't have, after you consider the setbacks, you don't have any available space on your lot.
No, our hill is like this in the front.
Okay,
I went over and talked to the neighbors and they say they worry about us when we go out and mow it because it's like the hill from hell. I mean, it's just, we can't do it anymore.
okay. Have you had a estimate done on the fixing your home from the damage that's,
He does it, but he's been injured,
okay,
you know, and like I said, right now we're on a fixed income. We're doing it little bit by little bit as we can do it, and he has fixed the cracks in the wall. A month later, they're cracked again. It's just, it's shifting. We've had water in our crawl space like 2 to 3 times a year, and that's what causes it to shift. We put a sump pump down there to try to get the water out.
any idea where the water's coming from?
It's coming.
Surface water. There's a spring up there. Because I called the city once because water was bubbling out of the road and they said it was a spring.
Okay,
That's up there when it's really wet seasons, the water table goes up and comes in our crawl space.
Yeah, it's right down in the corner. You can see right when the water's coming out.
okay.
I mean, we love our house. You know, we want to stay in our house. We don't want to have to go live in the forest.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
We did a basement and they estimated just to fix a wall was like 30,000. Jack it up and do all that just to fix it so the water wouldn't come in and stuff. Plus you have structural issues. What was your assessment last year?
We went from 130 to 151 to 168. And I would be okay with the 151. That isn't bad.
That'd be my motion. Actually, that's being pretty nice because with the basement and structural, okay.
We don't
That'd be
have a
fine.
basement, though. We've got
Okay,
crawl
we
space.
got a motion and a from Hadcock and a second from Mr. Drews to go back to the 2023 assessment value, which would be 52.7 for land, improvements 98.3 with a total of 151. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Bree.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then apply for your disability stuff after. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Let's go back one tab. Property owner didn't show. Bree, what name was that? Kale
Designs.
Let's deal with that. It's tab number 12. We're well past the appointment, so assuming the property owner is not coming in. And that way we can not have to come back or miss it.
So this is tax ID 74007
Yes.
and Bree.
Tax ID 74007. It's owned by Cassidy Livingston. The sent out assessment value is 165.5. It's a 3.71 bare acre land parcel off Highway 44. There's been improvements to the property, but they were after November 1st, so we're not going to pick them up till next year. She purchased the subject property for $150,000 from her dad. So since it was a related party, we technically really don't use it because it wasn't an open market transaction. I recommend the new value of $150, what she purchased it for.
Any questions for Bree?
Nope, that'd be my motion.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Laster to accept the recommendation of staff of 150,000. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Bree.
Okay, and then we move on. Next couple of property owners are here. We're tab 14. This is Leslie McGurty and Christina.
Okay. Oh, besides you didn't take, okay.
Doesn't matter.
So
Or
what
to
we'll
him,
do, Leslie, what we'll do is we'll let Christine give her presentation, she'll have the floor, then I'll turn it over to you, and then we'll go to the commission.
Thank you.
So Christine.
Okay. Hi, my name is Christina. I'm an appraiser with the Equalization Office. This appeal is in regard to tax ID 62475. The owner is Leslie McGordy. The location is 24294 Metz Court, access from Highway 40, 2 miles east of Keystone. The main concern of this appeal is the land and structure value. When the property was purchased in 2017, the land was overgrown, not well kept, with several dilapidated mobile homes and structures in poor condition that were nearly no value. Leslie put a considerable amount of effort cleaning up the lot, removing the structures, and creating curb appeal. This 3.02 acre lot is level, nearby National Forest Service, and has a creek bordering the property with a beautiful rock formation. Leslie's concern with the home includes some interior finishes that yet need to be completed. The photo she emailed revealed some unfinished trim, unfinished wall covering exposing some OSB near the entry door, a piece of unfinished sheetrock underneath the fireplace, and a missing vanity sink. I made an adjustment and removed one plumbing fixture to account for the missing vanity based upon the listing description and the photos that were taken by Leslie. The other conditional items are difficult to identify in the photos, therefore an on-site interior inspection was offered multiple times, yet the property owner declined. I advised I needed to inspect the home in person, as this is how we confidently verify the current condition of a property. Another concern is the land's location within the floodplain. Despite being in the floodplain, the property was improved with the home in 2020 and with a detached garage in 2021. Although a floodplain survey and permit were required for construction, it did not prevent the property from being developed. My best two comparables are sales number 1 and 2. Comparable sale number 1 is 2 years older, slightly larger, is of slightly lesser quality of construction, has much less acreage, much smaller attached garage as compared to her detached garage, and it sold for $425,000 in June of 2023. Comparable sale number 2 is 3 years older. It is has slightly more square footage, lesser quality of construction, equivalent acreage, and a smaller attached garage, and it sold for $402,000 in January of 2022. I believe $422,700 is an appropriate indicator of market value for Leslie's property, which is $123,300 for the land and $299,400 for the buildings.
Thank you, Christina. Leslie?
First of all, it's Metz Road, not Metz Court. And thank you, Christina, for summarizing a lot of the work that I put into it. I appreciate that. So I have a couple of things for you to look at. The first thing I have is from my insurance company. I use State Farm as my homeowner's insurance. They pulled the value of what they consider the value of my home to be based on cost replacement, which is $202,000. That's my insurance company. They have a more vested interest in replacement costs. They want to charge me as much as possible, right? Every month. So I have that for you guys to look at. In terms of comparables, I'm only going to look at Granite Point Court, which is comp 1. So that home sold for, this is my problem. It's being assessed for $335, but it sold for $425. So you're using that sale as my comp, but you're not using that value for itself. That makes no sense to me. It's its own comp. And yet you're choosing to say, well, we're going to use that valid sale in June of 2023 to comp my place, but you're not assessing that at its own value. You're not even coming close to that. I think it's almost $100,000 difference. The third thing is, in terms of the quality, I brought a roll of my molding with me, so you can see the kind of quality that my house is. My builder finished the outside. He built a shell. I did everything on the inside myself. I'm a reporter. I'm not a climber, so I had climbing friends helping me. That molding, for example, you buy at Menards, it's like $70 a roll. You put it in with, it's the same molding that's right here. You put it in with glue. That's not good plus or good minus. It's average at best. I don't have a finished vanity. I do have OSB. I brought dated pictures. I asked her, she said to me, well, I want to come on site. I don't know that your pictures are current. And so then I took more pictures with a water stamp from my phone so you can see the date. These are current pictures. If you look at the current pictures of Granite Point Court, their doors are not bifold doors. All the doors in my house are Menards closet doors. They don't fully close. On one side, you see what looks like really cool, but it's just a closet door. On the other side, you see actual closet doors, so you don't see it from the same side. They don't lock, they don't close, it's just me. My bedroom contains a full-size bed. The way it is, you couldn't put anything bigger than a full-size bed in it. It's not meant for, it's 896 square feet. There's really no comp out there. A person who's, let's say, 6 foot isn't going to be comfortable in a full-size bed with a wife.
Ma'am,
It's just,
can I stop you for just a sec? You're saying all this stuff, but you didn't let her go inside, so that would have, you might have even got your assessment lowered more if you let her seen the stuff that you're talking about. So I would recommend that.
I understand that, and I don't trust the process because I see the way that this county is choosing to, I'm going to choose my words carefully here, choosing to use all these small neighborhoods like mine, which have gone up 60% in 2 years. And I look at Hughes County, which does an across-the-board flat 4% based on what's going on in Pierre. It breaks it up into 3 parts,
Right.
not every little neighborhood.
But some of the stuff it sounds like that you have and you're talking about would have been making this a lot less, and probably to the point where some of this where you're saying. So to not trust the process and then expect us to trust what you're saying because you took a picture and because you built it, that's doing the same thing you're saying that Christina just did. Does that make sense? Because we're guessing that that's what you're saying, instead of her actually going in and assessing it and saying what you're saying.
But my pictures are current, I have no reason to lie.
She
And I
does-
understand what
no
you're
offense,
saying.
but neither does she. So she has the same point when she discusses
Called
your
me a
house or
liar,
inside your house.
actually.
What's
And
that?
she called me a liar in the email because she said, well, I don't know that these are current. So then I went and took more pictures with a watermark, which you can only do by putting the date on your phone, so they're
So
current
she didn't call you a
pictures.
liar. What she said was, let me come in and look. You said that.
I have every right, and then I have every right, when this is over, to go to the state and then to explain that Pennington County is doing something that Hughes County isn't doing. And so the counties aren't taxing the entire state in a fair and equitable way.
Ma'am, if you go to the state and tell them that they never got to look inside your house, they're probably going to say the same thing we're saying because they have nothing but your word. And in her case, she would also be able to take the pictures and have the same pictures you have. And in that case, like I said, you probably would have had a better assessment value instead of Christina guessing.
The other thing I'd like to bring up is that my house is completely in a floodplain. Granite Point Court is not. I have things from FEMA showing, indicating, and she can pull it up as well, that my entire property, not even 1 foot of it, is outside of the floodplain. According to other states, and I understand every state is different, but Mississippi, North Carolina, North Dakota, all say, and I have, just stuff that I pulled off the internet, that usually the value of a home in a floodplain is anywhere from 8 to 12% less. Not just the land, the actual structure. You would need, obviously, anywhere that you built there, you would need a floodplain development permit, which means you would need another survey. Anytime I dig anything, whether it's a piece of dirt or whatever, I have to get permission, I have to get approval. Then I need to get, you need to, FHA wouldn't, this wouldn't sell through FHA because you would need flood insurance in order to buy this. So you've already lost a pool of people. So yes, it is surrounded by the creek, but it's in such a way that is completely around me. And so FEMA designates different flood zones, and I'm in the worst flood zone because if there was a flood, I'd have essentially only one way out versus multiple ways. That's how they kind of do their thing. So none of the comps that you have are that she had. I asked her if they were in a floodplain, and she said she didn't have that. And I asked her for information on any comp in the county even that was in my situation. So when they say location, 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 I mean, I'm in a location that, while it's beautiful, that rock wall is not part of my property. It's also quite dangerous and expensive, because if you were to build any other structure, there would be a cost to it. I purposely built something really small for myself. It's just me. These taxes have gone up, like I said, 60% in 2 years. You've heard from other people, you've heard the same arguments from other people that, hey, this home was sold for this much, but you're not valuing it at this much. So I am looking at, I would like the same valuation in terms of that Granite Point to be an average plus, which would put me plus a 10% decrease because I'm in a floodplain. That would put me at 363, or 4% over what I had last year, which is what the average in Rapid City is, which is 346. And that's what I'm asking for. Obviously, you guys and girls can do what you want, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Do you have a follow-up, Christine?
I guess in response to her property being entirely in the floodplain, it's not in the worst floodplain. She's not in the, she's in the flood, 100-year flood hazard area, not in the floodway. We do have several sales indicating throughout the entire county, including the hills, that, purchasing a property in the floodplain is not impacting, what buyers are paying. So for that reason, her land is not reduced.
Okay, Mr. Lester.
Mr. Chair, I've got a couple of questions I want to ask, if you don't mind. So, ma'am, the land value at 123, you're okay with that? Just out of curiosity, I just want to kind of get an idea.
No, because I'm in a Zone A high-risk area according to FEMA. Again, so I
And you
don't.
pay flood insurance?
Yes,
Okay, because you're mandated to pay it?
yes.
Okay.
If you have a mortgage, you're mandated to pay it, correct.
Next question I have for you. I looked at your insurance documents there. It says 203,000. That's just for the home, right?
Correct.
So that's not for the garage part?
Correct.
So I know a little bit about these because I have a couple of shops that I've owned in my life, and they are kind of expensive. Garages, 1,200 square feet. The one that I have is an older one, and it's valued at $60,000. The one that I just bought, which is 1,850 square feet, is valued at $90,000. I would say and yours is newer than mine. I would say that whenever we talk structures, if you're going to go with 203, I haven't even looked at any of it. I would say that the 203 for your home, okay, but then you've got to probably add 70 to 80. So I think we're pretty
That
close on
garage
structures.
costs $69,000 to build, and I believe you have it right now at $53,000, which is fair. It's got a huge, I can show you the peeling doors on it. I can show you all of the,
I guess what I was roughly getting at is I think the structure value is pretty darn close based on just the basics that I know. I mean, I'm not an appraiser, but just on the basics that I know, I think the structure price. So then maybe it's just the discussion on the land value that we have to maybe
again,
say.
I think if you're using Granite Point Court as a comp and they are average plus, then my home is average plus, not good minus. whatever those things mean.
Any more questions, Travis?
No, sir.
Now, Leslie, I have one. For some reason, this one, I remember this one. Has this been appealed before?
2 years ago.
It was reduced.
Yeah. And I think that, because I very
And then it
much,
went up 60% since then.
well, I don't know if it got lowered that time before or not. It was newer, but I do remember these pictures and so forth. And so that was my question. Deb, did you have a question?
Chair, it was lowered a couple of years ago. And then, because you're in the floodplain, you built in the floodplain, you knew you were building in the floodplain. The most desirable areas a lot of times is by creeks. So, if like you bought it, then FEMA changed it, it would be different for me on the land, but they didn't. So you bought it knowingly buying this land in a floodplain. It doesn't make it less desirable. It makes you have to pay flood insurance, but you knew that ahead of time. In floodplain, again, I've seen many houses with the structures and the land and the structures have not gone down because, like I said, it's been very desirable. Now, if you ended up being in a floodway or FEMA changed something, ma'am, on your property, I can see that it'd be less. But at this point, a lot of times.
So the land, you feel the value of that land, even though if you look at it from that picture, even you can see where that trailer is, that's really the last place that you could, that I think anybody would let you build without building on stilts or so forth. And the way that the easement is and so forth, there's nothing forward that you could actually build on because you have to be 25 feet setbacks on either side from so on and so forth.
So you have 3 acres at $123,000.
Right, but if you look at it, it's, again, completely in a floodplain. It was underwater in 72, it wasn't even, that was underwater all the way to my neighbors, which is a long way.
So ma'am, legally, you had to build that up to a certain height in order to build in that floodplain, in order to make that flood area not come in there. So that's why your land, like I said, is buildable now. It should be in the floodplain.
No, the only improvements I made was to that particular part right there. If you build anything else,
You have to build it up again.
completely have to build up. And the way it goes, it slopes this way. So anything beyond that, which is where most of the acreage is much lower. So you'd have to build up anything over here because of the easements and the way the driveway is, because what you're looking at is the driveway. You wouldn't, not easements, setbacks to be 25 feet from a property line. There was nowhere to build in that part. So you're left with only building in the low portion, which is why I put it where it was.
Okay, so Christina, could I ask you a question? Is Twisted Oak or Thovinson Road, are they in the floodplain?
No, these comparable sales are not located in the floodplain.
Okay, and so how did you come up with the 3 acres with the floodplain in it? Is it because it's a desirable piece because of the creek? That's what I've heard before from Commissioner Ross Connect. Sometimes it's like the view, the creek, different things that make the land worth more money. So tell me your reasoning behind that, Miss Christina.
So the appraiser that typically handles this area, they, annually watch what sales do, including sales within the floodplain. And they determined that land within the floodplain had, no impact on value as far as reducing value. Therefore, that's the reasoning for her value being where it's at this year.
And I've asked for those comps to see if they were completely in the floodplain, and I asked for them repeatedly and did not get any that were completely in the floodplain. Most properties have a foot, and if you have a foot beyond, you don't need to go through the steps that I have to go through.
Right, but you bought the property being in the floodplain knowingly that you had to build it up to a certain
Actually,
height.
I bought it sight unseen and did not know it was in the floodplain when I bought it. After I bought it and I talked to Jerry and she's like, you have a lot of work to do, but yes,
And I can appreciate that. I also know the appraiser that when we lowered it before lives in that area, at the time, and we lowered it. And the comps in that area were a lot higher back then as well than yours, so. You were also, we lowered it, I remember, because you were still working on it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So at this point, you
Correct.
are,
And yet, and last year I wasn't, and I didn't appeal it, and then this year it went up again, another double-digit increase. It's, and again, I'd love an answer as to why Granite Point that sold for that isn't even being assessed anywhere near what it sold for. I mean, that seems to be a theme. I think two guys before me asked the same question, and no one has a good answer for that. So again, I understand you're all doing your best, we're all doing our best, Christina's doing her best. But at the end of the day, if I end up going to the state, I'm gonna ask that same question of, why is it so unfair?
our
Not,
ma'am, our equalization, director is gonna answer that, I think.
Can I answer that?
Yes, sir.
We don't assess at sale price. We assess at market value. There's always high sales, there's always low sales. When a property sells, we don't move the assessment to the sale price. So you'll see properties that are not assessed for what they sold for. This property's been advertised on the market, and our assessment's well below the asking price. We don't assess at sale price or asking price. We have a model that values all of the property through the middle of the market based on what all of the sales are selling for.
Why don't you use the mic?
Okay. Yeah. I'll,
Done talking now.
okay. Yeah, now he's done. So I will say this, that's the other part where I was thinking, I remember that from the appeal, but I think I remember it for sale too. Because have you had the property up for sale?
I put it up for sale because I can't afford the taxes on it, right? I picked a number out of thin air. It was on the market for 6 months. I think we had 4 people look at it. People laughed. It's the only thing I could put it on the market for, to like kind of buy something so that I can live, kind of thing. So obviously, I have to figure out another way to
So
pay my taxes.
Yeah, I did want to that's one of the places where I remember it from. And it's unfortunate, I mean, property in the hills, I mean, Christina did a good job. She did it by the comparables, and we can sit here and argue over floodplain and values and so forth, and insurances. I mean, I've just redone all our insurances too, and I've got some properties that they came back and said, this is all they're gonna give me for it, and I owe more on it than that. So we can argue that, but I think Christina did a good job of trying to find the comparables and trying to get in, take a look at it. And I too struggled seeing 900 square feet going for 426,000. I do.
Mr. Chair.
But
It's
I just,
287 last
I'm
year.
just saying, as Ms. Hadcock had said
87
too,
last
when
year.
you're surrounded by a creek and in an area, that's part of what it is. But Mr. Drews.
I'd make a motion and I'll explain my numbers. My motion would be to lower it on the land to $61,500, $203,000 on the home, $60,000 on the garage improvement, for a total of $324,500.
$325,000, $400, $61,500 for the land.
$61,500 for the land, $203,000 for the home, $60,000 for the garage.
Is there a second? I'll second for discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So what I actually did is just cut the cost of the land in half. I think that Leslie obviously paid too much for the property when she bought it. I don't think it's got the value of the $123,000 on it. Went with the insurance statement relative to the house of the replacement cost value on that of the $203,000. Put $60,000 on the garage. That's got to be fairly close, I would think, to what that value would be, for the total of $324,500.
Chair.
Mrs. Hadcock.
I'd be more likely to go with that, but the declining to go to look inside, the adjustment being adjusted a couple of years ago, and that I keep saying floodway is different if it was floodway, not floodplain. Floodplain is very desirable and worth more money a lot of times than normal land because it's usually by a creek and people like that. So again, Christina didn't get to have a chance to even look inside. And then I'll just tell you up straight, ma'am, I don't appreciate you calling one of our appraisers a liar. So in this case, if that was the truth and you let her go in
Liar.
and there was a difference and she went in and then she came in and still had the same thing, I'd be more likely to listen to what you were saying, but you didn't give her a chance and you said, basically, she called you a liar. And
I can show
I
you
don't
the
appreciate
texts if you
that,
like,
ma'am. So
or the emails.
our equalization takes a lot of heat for a lot of stuff they do. And they work very hard at what they do and get training. So part of their training is having to go look at the land and the property. Not too many people have declined that I know of, just to make sure that value is right. So like I said, I would have been more inclined to lower this to what we're saying right now. But at that point, without seeing inside the property, I cannot do that, and I will be saying no.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster?
My vote will be a no on this one. I think in line with the equalization process, if we drop the land value down to that, when we have the comparables at 123, I think we do it injustice. Maybe we go with the insurance. I don't know if that's always the best determining factor. But even then, that you're looking at 263,000 roughly for the structures, and then still 100. Even if we kept the land at the last year's land rates, 116,300, that's still 376,300. So I don't know if I can agree to the land being dropped as much there. I know. As y'all were talking about this, I was also remembering back to the pictures that we saw, and it's got significant increase on the inside from what I remember. I remember it was almost like a makeshift island, if I remember correctly, in the middle of that, right?
So yes, I didn't, so that was 2 years ago, it wasn't last year. Correct.
Fair
So
enough.
last year I went up because I did do improvements, so I didn't come here because I did do improvements. I did not do improvements between this year and, and so forth. And again, I mean, I don't understand, so I have, as the way I understand the law is I have a right to not allow somebody into my property. And I have
That's
dated
correct.
pictures showing cracks, showing doors, showing more cracks, so forth. So I'm not asking, and I actually agree that that number that Commissioner Drew said is too low. That's not even what I'm asking for, right? So I appreciate that, but I'm asking to be put at average plus, which is the same amount as Granite Point Court, because I don't feel that mine is any better. I mean, they have a hot tub and a garbage disposal and a deck and so on and so forth. And they had a builder obviously finish the interior of theirs, which I did not. And then I'm asking for again, several states do 8 to 12% floodplain, whether people want to be by a creek or not, they stay on the market longer, they don't sell. FHA won't mortgage them. I mean, those are just facts coming from appraisers that looked at like Hurricane Sandy and so on and so forth. So they say that a property is worth 8 to 12%, and I'm asking for that 10% middle. So I don't think what I'm asking for at 363 is unreasonable, but again, I appreciate your time.
So I respect the motion on the floor, but I don't agree with that either. I think that's lower than what it was last year at the 332,700. And from what I heard you say is you thought a 10% reduction for floodplain would be fair. Some of the other stuff, we don't know. I don't know what, I would be in line with a 10% reduction from 426,600 but I don't believe dropping it down below the regular assessment, given the facts of the statement.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester?
clarifying question for Christina. Is there any factor in there for that floodplain?
There is not.
Okay.
That's why. Have a substitute to leave it as is.
Ms. Hadcock's made a substitute motion to leave it as is,
Mr.
Second.
Chair.
seconded by Mr. Lassiter.
Mr. Chair, could you have Commissioner Drews repeat the numbers again, please?
Okay.
This is a substitute
Yeah.
motion on that, so do you still want them?
I still need to record it.
Numbers were 61.5 for the land, 203,000 for the home, 60,000 for the garage. So structures would have been 263,000. Total amount would be 324,500.
Thank you.
So we do have a substitute motion on the floor to leave at the recommendation of equalization, which is 123.3 for the land, 299.4 for structure, and for a total of 422,700. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So
Mr.
tie vote fails.
That's correct. I have a alternative motion.
Mr. Laster?
I would motion for the land to be 123,300, structures 260,700 for a total. If I let me calculate that, I was working it as y'all were doing that.
384.
384, if my math is correct.
Was you doing the 10%?
That was reducing it by the 10%.
Second.
Okay, so we got a second. My number comes up to 383.70, but yours is
384.
384?
Well, I came up 384 even.
Okay, so we got the motion. Gerald, you want him to repeat that one more time?
Yes, I got the 383,700.
That's the final. Oh, you come up with 383.7.
23.3, 267.
260,700 plus 123,300.
123, 300.
Okay, I got the even number. Sorry.
Got it? Okay.
Yes.
So
I
and
was
you
like,
got
maybe
the
I messed
numbers.
up.
Basically, it's a 10%, so we had a motion by Laster, second by Drews. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries with one no.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Next, that brings us up to Perry and Teresa and
Moving on.
15.
Chelsea. Yep,
Tab.
Just make sure everybody's on the same tab.
yep, 15.
By the way, I like this tab system.
Good.
Okay, Chelsea.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Chelsea Willett, staff appraiser with the Department of Equalization. We're here to talk about tax ID number 12574. Before we start, I need to make a correction to the board form in your packets. In the 2024 assessment box, the land value is listed at 246,300, but should list 280,900. The parcel is located at 10130 Thompson Canyon Road in the Rochford, West Pennington County area. The property is surrounded by the U.S. Forest Service land and is about 11 miles east of the Wyoming border. west off of South Bowles Canyon Road. It's about a half mile south of 6 Mile Road in that area. The parcel includes a 621 square foot dry cabin with no utilities on 11.5 acres. My value recommendation is for a total of $284,300, with land at $246,300 and cabin at $38,000. Mr. Norton's concern is that the value is too high and should be a total of $127,700, with land at $89,700 and structure at $38,000. Mr. Norton's main concerns are access to the property, utilities, and that he has to haul water since there's not a well. Also that the cabin is unmaintained. I was able to drive and see the cabin this year. I just completed an exterior inspection. The cabin does need some maintenance, and I agree that the cabin value should be lowered to $38,000 from $49,800. The land does not have a well. However, a reservoir flows freely and fills into a larger pond at the bottom of the parcel. A septic tank was installed when the cabin was built. However, it has little utility since no water hookup has ever been installed. In regards to the land, I've considered the lack of utilities and access to the property from the Forest Service Road. Access to the property is more difficult than most, and in that immediate Moon area, and what I mean by more difficult is that the cabin is further off the Forest Service Road versus being directly off of South Bowles Canyon Road. To account for this, I adjusted the land from $280,900 to $246,300. A review of sales over the last 3 years shows smaller acreages selling from $10,800 an acre to $27,000 an acre. All the bare land sales considered do not have utilities, and access to the property varies. The higher selling parcels are closer to the Black Hills, whether in Custer, Lawrence, or Pennington County. My opinion is that Mr. Norton's property is superior, being that it has more seclusion and is completely surrounded by Forest Service. It should hold a $21,000 per acre value, and I would like you to uphold my recommendation of total $284,300 with land at $246,300 and cabin at $38,000.
Thank you, Chelsea. And Perry, how many years have you appealed? I'm just,
I've seen you, Bill. That's okay, though.
I'm not saying
A lot
nothing
of
bad.
times.
Okay.
A lot of times.
I'm just saying, I think we've become pretty familiar with your property, so. But you have the floor, sir.
Well, I was here last year, and
Okay.
I think you probably all remember that discussion. And it seemed like last year I prevailed at keeping the value of the land at what it was. And that seemed to be reasonable to everybody involved last year. And I haven't done the math at 246, but the original 273.7, that's a 205.1% increase. And I get it. Everybody's got their own opinion of what someone's land is worth. And I'm not trying to say that anybody has a completely upside down view here, but 21,000 an acre seems a bit high to me. And a 205% increase seems a bit high to me. Well, it's more than a bit. It seems we agreed on my point about the cabin. It's made out of ponderosa pine logs. They rot. A lot of the logs need replaced already. The cabin's about 20 years old. Well, correct me. I should correct myself. I think they're 21 years old. Needs a new roof. You know, it's not the Taj Mahal. Never intended it to be. But if my assessment goes to 300-ish, I'm going to be paying taxes to the tune of $500 for every trip I get a chance to make there with my grandkids each year. It just seems pretty painful when you add it up like that. I'm not trying to get out of paying my fair share, although I have a couple issues with taxing authorities like West Dakota Water District. Isn't that, correct me if I'm wrong, please, isn't that basically for drainage projects. How's that ever going to affect that property? Why do I pay? How did I get into the West Dakota Water District? I I don't even understand that part.
Until you need them,
Pardon me?
until you need them, then you know. Because you haul
Um,
your water now, right? Or bring it in.
I argued against the septic system ordinance when that was being talked about years ago. I was forced to put in the septic system. There's not a gallon of water in that septic tank that I didn't carry in buckets.
Chair,
The comps, and I know you work hard. I'm not trying to say that your staff doesn't work hard. I know they do. As a matter of fact, you probably had a hell of a day the day you went up there to look at the cabin because
pretty sure.
it's a long walk from the gate, isn't it?
It wasn't a bad walk.
No, but it's about 3/4 of a mile from the gate that you had to walk from, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think there's a picture of my car.
I'm
You can
pretty
see it
sure
off
nobody
in
left the gate open
distance,
for
yeah.
you. But I just, 300 grand, the taxes will be in the neighborhood of $4,000 a year.
How many acres do you have, Perry?
11 and a half.
You sell me 11 and a half for 90? I didn't think so.
What would that put the value at?
I don't know, but that's pretty cheap.
If I could make one correction. So he appealed in 22 and we held his value at for 23.
Yeah.
So it's been a couple years. So we didn't increase it last year at all, which is why he's seeing such that large percentage change.
Yeah.
So what was his value, honey, for 23?
So for 23, it was 137,000.
The land and the cabin?
Land and cabin altogether, yeah.
So you went from 137 last year to?
To like 330. I think we sent out at $330,700 as a total.
So why did you take it so high from?
We just removed that factor. So it was an error on our end. We missed it in 23 when we should have removed it to let it go back up to its normal market. And it was an error on our end. So he got lucky in 23. He got to keep that value. Then when he
That's why I said I'd seen him before, because I think we did do that for you, and then we didn't see you last year because of an error, because normally every year it'll go right back up
Correct.
to what it should be, then you would have been back here
Last year. To
Right,
do it
and
again.
now it seems like it went up more.
So what's the average that people went up this year?
There was 100% land increase in that whole neighborhood.
This one, but I'm just saying in general, what was the average of most people that went up in the last couple of years? How about that?
I'll refer to.
Or it just depends on what property?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Big question.
I know. I know, but you missed it and we did it and then all of a sudden, my point is, my budget for the land is 1,000 now. Okay, it's 4,000. Cause you missed it, but, just saying. When you do a budget and you put it together and you have a certain amount that you put in for taxes and stuff, just saying.
We are not assessing an individual's budgets. We're assessing at
No, you're
market
not,
value.
but as a commissioner, or as a person listening to one side of, or both sides of it, I get it, you missed it, okay, stuff happens, what the heck? But, for me, that makes a difference on somebody with bare land. If it was bare land that, pretty soon he'd be a huge development, that might be 20 years from now. But, I'm just saying, that's a lot to go up.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
I have a question. So looking at all these comps, my question is comparable to his land and his location and close to any services that he could eventually put out to his property. What's the difference between his property and all these other comparables? Because I'm looking at these addresses and I think I know where a lot of these are because I've been in these areas. They're pretty close to a neighborhood or a community and they can probably get services up to them fairly easy, roughly.
That's true. And in normal situations, I would take that into consideration. However, the further we get away from the Black Hills, it seems that some of those values go down. instead of increasing. If we look, and I stepped out of the county a little bit just to make sure that I was following, kind of what other counties are selling it as well. So like if we were in Lawrence County, you've got nothing selling under. You've got 20 acres in this year, in May of '23, selling at 19,600 an acre. And that has access to both and in both power utilities and to the Black Hills. So, but it's in Lawrence County. So
Right.
I think for us right now in Pennington, there's not going to be an exact match for him exactly at 10, 11 acres because everything that's out there is either ag or it's right next to the road.
Right, but I guess what I'm getting at is in Lawrence County, that 20 acres, somebody bought that. Are they keeping it undeveloped or are they looking at developing it, you know?
I didn't go that deep into that because we're talking about a dry lot cabin, so.
But if we're talking about acreage, if I was a rancher and I looked at this and I wanted to buy acreage as a rancher, it would be a lower cost, and especially if I'm not gonna do anything out there except for run my cattle on it. I get it, he's got a cabin on it, but he's got a cabin that has no power and no water.
Just like all of them out there. I mean, all of them off of Bulls Canyon Road don't have power or water or,
And they're all valued at the same?
yeah, they all got a large land increase this year.
Well,
and how many of them are repealing?
One.
Just for the record, one of the properties, this was a homestead in 1913. It was divided into 5 parcels by a gentleman named Les Crozier. Anyway, one of the properties does indeed have a full-blown house, a generator shed, the whole 9 yards. I mean,
Yeah, I remember.
it's a nice place.
I think I do remember that one.
Yeah, I remember talking about it.
Just, I'm not trying to nitpick. I just want to keep the record as straight as we can, so.
I have a motion. I'm just gonna throw this out here. And I think it's kind of fair. It's gonna bump it up to where it needs to because you've appealed over, because the value has increased. I'm gonna make a motion to put the land at 236,000 and the structure at 38,000, which puts it at 274,000. And if I get a second, I'll explain my.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, so we got a second for discussion. My reasoning behind that is, as I said, it gets it back up. I think the property's worth some money, and we've kept it low. And I think, so what I did is just, I doubled it. I knocked out pretty much 40% is what it comes down to. If you do the math, the 40, you're taking out 40.86%. And knowing that next year it's going to come right back up to this 330 is what, that's more of a workable. I'm trying to be a little more fair with that. I know that's not something you like either because it's really close to that, but that's the reasoning behind my motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I just have a hard time justifying that land where it's at without the services and being at that value. Just seems to me like that should bring a lower value.
Chair.
Are you done? Ms. Heck?
Travis, so if you ran cows or whatever on there,
I was trying to find it on my map so I could see exactly. I want to get an aerial of it because I agree. That's what I'm trying to look at.
yeah, I agree with
Is there
Mr.
a way
Drews,
we
but I
can
just don't know what that
Look for
is.
if you're on the Forest Service map, look for a salamander shape about a mile from the border.
A salamander
Mile and a
shape?
quarter.
Your layers will need to go to 2018 if you're.
Well, let's have them pull it up here so we can just look at it there. I'm
my-
trying to look at it on Google Maps, but
I think my value comes
I mean,
up at 20,000 an acre.
I've just spent a lot of time looking at land and trying to figure out what I would pay for different things before I bought my place. So
It's bare land. Very bare.
I think my motion comes up to
1,000,
about 21 per acre.
and the guy was getting his lots for 25 that were in town, weren't they? For ag? Wasn't
Where?
it Lloyd?
Somewhere, something like that.
That's what I'm saying. It's a little high.
I guess, can you pull out just a little bit further? And you can drive all the way up to your cabin or no?
No,
This
not,
year,
yeah, this year you can,
you
but
can, but
it is
most
a
years,
seasonal
most
property.
years, no.
Yeah, most of the time that Bowles Canyon,
Okay,
I,
close it
I might
down a
point
little
out
bit.
that, either direction, as close as you can get on state or county roads is about 12 miles one way and 20 miles the other way. After that, it's Forest Service roads. And if the Forest Service doesn't have a log sale, those roads don't get plowed. I haven't checked for many years, 12, 14 years, but the last time I checked, the permit from the Forest Service for me to plow the road myself is $1,300.
wait, you can't even plow the road? You have to get a permit before you can plow the road
The Forest Service Road, though,
Correct,
correct? Yeah,
correct.
to get to your place?
yeah.
To get anywhere on Forest Service Road. And
Okay. Well, Commissioner Hadcock, to answer your question, I don't know if I would give the price that I would pay for that, but it's definitely not even remotely me buying it. I wouldn't even make an offer what the value of the land is in any of these. But that's just me. That's, that's just kind of how I look at it. Because as a rancher, you've got to look and figure out your cost to, to make a money revenue ratio, and that's not
Right.
not at that amount. No.
So Mr. Perry has his at about 90, and Lloyd has his at 236.
You could do 18,000 at 207.
That's better.
What'd you say? I missed that.
At $18,000 an acre, it comes up to 207,000.
Wow.
That's pretty good for 11 and a half acres.
And I think the purpose of a ag property I don't think it would sell as an ag. I don't think it would be sold as that. I think it would be sold as a recreational property.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
It's just going to cost you a lot of money to make it recreate.
He is truly like the last property.
That's why I'm saying that.
Yeah,
It's not quite worth what you said, but.
It is a beautiful property. It is so secluded out there. It is amazing once you can actually get back there and experience it.
Lloyd, make that
I
substitute.
I would make a substitute,
You
but
make that substitute?
well, I don't know if I'd make that substitute.
Okay.
So if you have a different number, we'll see where it's at because I have a lower number.
Oh, I have, land at 207,000, which is at 18,000, per acre, plus 38,000 for the structure, comes up to 245.
I'll second that.
Well, so that's,
No, she seconded. I didn't second
I
that.
wasn't making a motion, I was just,
Oh.
I was
I thought it was a good motion because of the land.
we have a motion on the floor right now, so that,
Make a substitute, Travis.
I'd make a substitute motion at 12,000 an acre, so that would put it 138,000 for the land and 38,000 for the structure, for a total of 176,000.
Second.
so I have a substitute motion of 176,000 total, which would be 138,000 for the land and 38,000 for the structure.
Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Lester.
So if I calculated everything correct from last year, it was about 7,800 per acre. Is that correct?
Yeah,
That sounds about right.
yeah. That's
Looking at-
less than the ag sales that are.
Right. Looking at the comps that you gave to us, and this is in no way to take away anything that you did, Chelsea. I just think that there are some extenuating circumstances in this particular, I mean, if you told me I had to go plow the Forest Service Road to get to my land, but you're going to charge me, a value, that's comparable with everything else that, they're going to have services if they just build a community there, I find it a little hard. Now, that's just kind of where I was looking at it. I think 12,000 for the remoteness of that. Yes, that is valuable for an entity that might want to buy it for recreational use, but I don't think they're going to I don't think they would come to offer him. I mean, unless they got a lot of money, I don't think they're going to come out and offer him $330,000 for that. They're going to try to get it around that $200,000.
I think Lloyd offered him 148 in 22.
So 148. Yeah, so knowing that there's going to be a lot of work to get anything out there to even do something on the tourist side or anything of that nature, I'm sorry.
Right. I can totally understand that. It truly is purpose is summertime recreational time. That's its true purpose.
So Chair.
It's not a full-time living
That, and I
area.
think it's gonna go keeping the family.
Sure.
Yeah. I was gonna say same.
So Perry, are you even able to buy structure insurance on that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I knew his fire piece of it would be really high.
Well, a cabin on 6 Mile Road got burned down one winter, I suspect by an arsonist, and nobody knew till spring.
All right.
The point is, I never asked because if I could, I couldn't afford it. You know, I hate to dredge up the same.
I don't think anybody would insure you.
Hate to
They
dredge
can't
up the
get
same
access
stuff
to it.
everybody else dredges up here, but about the unfairness of things, because I get it. You guys are trying to pay the damn bills for a county that's suffering some pretty unique circumstances historically. I get it, but my wife and I were pretty dang young when we bought that for $22,000. And yep, we sure like going there. Who wouldn't? You know, but just like you got to work, everybody here's got to work. And none of us are trust fund babies. So you put together the access issues that.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
So Perry, you gonna sell it for 132 now?
I have no intention of selling it.
I don't think you are, but I'm just
I
saying.
told Commissioner LaCroix.
$132,000 for 11 acres, 11 and a half is a hell of a deal, let alone at the 18,000 was a hell of a deal. Like I said, most people that buy these kind of properties want that seclusion. They don't want it to be around everybody. They're not gonna use it for their cows. They're gonna use it for their family. So, I probably won't agree with this today because I think 132 is too low. I think the cabin 38 is fine. But, yeah, if I could buy 11 and a half acres for 132,000, I'd be damn happy. So, just saying, even secluded land. But that's fine.
Okay. What's those numbers again? I just want to,
I have land at 138,000, structure at 38,000, for a total of 176,000.
okay. And Perry,
You're a nice man.
yeah, thank you. Thank you for your coordinates and being so cordial up here. We appreciate you, and we'll probably see you next year. So, you make good points, and I think this commission did good today. I think they're doing the best they can for you, but every year is different, so.
So where are we at?
You're at what?
176,000.
176,000 total.
Okay.
So. No, we
Have
do.
not voted
I'm just
yet.
waiting for everybody's, any final comments? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
One no. Thank you, Perry and
Thank
Chelsea.
you.
Thanks.
I think we've come to the point where we're supposed to be at lunch a half hour ago. Okay.
Appointment, that's a Zoom call, so we should be back by 1:15.
1:15? Okay, we'll recess till 1:15. Okay, we'll come back into session. This brings us up to Tim and Mary Braithwaite.
Braithwaite.
Okay.
That's tab number 17. We're gonna
Yep.
skip 16, go to tab 17.
Tab 17.
And Mr. and Mrs. Braithwaite are on the Zoom.
So, Tim, Mary, what we'll do is we'll let Chelsea speak first, and then we'll go to you we'll give you the floor for your response. Chelsea.
Okay, I just want to check, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you great. Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chelsea Willett with the Department of Equalization. We're going to be here to talk about tax ID number 67616. This is a park model tiny home on leased land located northeast of Sheridan Lake, roughly on the corner of Sheridan Lake Road and Highway 385, with an address of 23570 Highway 385, space 17. This is a 2015 model with 385 square feet of living space with a front and back covered deck and was purchased in 2016 for $69,000. Current recommendation is a no change to the 2024 assessment at $89,000. The homeowner's concern is directly in correlation with the park model that sold in July of '23 for $84,000. The concern is that this home is identical to the subject property, and the sale included a single carport and a 12 by 12 prefab shed. I do have a couple of sketches if we wanted to see them specifically. The subject property has an additional covered deck and no 12 by 12 prefab shed. The park model that sold does not have a rear covered deck, but does have a prefab shed. In relation to the carport, with the property that sold, that's not an item that Pennington County considers to assess for. We take that as personal property. So in relation to the assessment value for the subject property at $89,000 and the sold park model of an assessment of $87,200, which includes the value of the prefab shed and no rear deck. I think that we're pretty equalized throughout this neighborhood when it comes to these tiny homes. They're all valued identically, except the little instances where one might have a shed and one might have a deck or not. If you review the comparable sales sheet, you will see that each sold park model is assessed equitably in '24. And if this park model is valued lower, it will de-equalize this portion of the neighborhood. It is my opinion that comparable sales justify our use of cost approach, and I continue to recommend a no change in value.
Thank you, thank you, Chelsea. And next I'll go to Tim. Your comments, please.
All right, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to discuss this with you. And I want to make sure that you understand I appreciate the importance and purpose of property assessments and that they've dramatically changed over the last couple of years. And my intent isn't to try and get out or eliminate that, but rather correct what I think is an inaccurate assessment. Just to give you a little background information, last year, so the 2023 assessment came out, my property was assessed at $84,300. That was an increase over the 2022 assessment of nearly $28,000, $27,800, or 49% to be exact. After seeing that, I reached out to the Equalization office. In fact, I believe I talked directly to Chelsea regarding that. And after a lot of discussion with her or with the appraiser, the assessment of my property last year was actually reduced from $84,300 to $72,500. And this was done it was done and approved by the Equalization Office on April 7th of 2023 prior to going to the board. It was, in the discussions, it was based on the sale of a like property within the same park that sold on July 13th of 2022 for $82,000. And that structure included both an unattached shed and an unattached carport, which my facility or my unit does have. I think I had heard Chelsea say that I do not have a storage shed. That's inaccurate. I have a 12 by 12 storage shed unattached, and I also have a carport. After much discussion, it was related to me that both the carport and the storage shed should not be included in the assessment because they're unattached. It should be just the property itself. It was determined that my replacement cost for my shed and carport would be $9,500. And so taking the sale price of the previous unit at $82,000 minus the $9,500 came to an agreed upon assessment of $72,500. And as I'd mentioned previously, that was agreed upon by both parties and was approved by the Equalization Office on April 7th, 2023. prior to going to the board. My concern this year is my assessment came in at $89,000, which the Equalization Office is stating is a little over a 5.5% increase over the previous unadjusted assessment of $84,000. Again, that was inaccurate. My 2023 property assessment was reduced to $72,500. So this actually is almost a 23% increase versus a 5.5% increase. If I were to use the same methodology that we used last year at this time with the Equalization Office, recently a place sold, as Chelsea had mentioned, for $84,000. That was sold on July 21st of 23, so a little over a half a year ago. It does have a 12 by 12 storage shed, and it does have a carport. And basically our two places are identical with the exception of, again, I have a back deck and the color of the two places. If I used the same methodology that we used last year to come up on an agreed upon price, $84,000 was the sell price. Again, minus the shed and the carport, that would come out to $74,500, which would be a $2,000 or a 2.8% increase. So my difficulty is not in that there continues to be an increase. I understand why that is. But it seems to continue to be increased using the values of the carport and the shed that my understanding is can't be included. And so my position would be is that that I'm continuing to be assessed at a level that includes not just the structure but the unattached structures as well. And I think that's evidenced by the last two sales. Now, there were a couple of discrepancies that I also noticed in the information that was forwarded to me on the comparables. Interestingly enough, the place that sold for $82,000 that we used in our 2023 assessment has a 2024 property assessment of $82,700. So in a year and a half, their assessment has gone up $700. And in the same time frame, mine's gone up over $30,000. I disagree that these are being evaluated at about the same. The comparables that they're using have a variance in them. Plus, I personally know of another owner whose property assessment also includes a shed and a carport, and their 2024 assessment is $77,400. Not even remotely close to the $89,000 that mine's being assessed at. These places are all near each other. They're within a block. They probably reside within a 1 or 2 block area. Sometimes the places are right next door. And so I'm not here to speak on behalf of the others, but I still believe my property is being overassessed. And I believe that not just by the sales, but by the fact of the process that was used last year to determine what we believed was a fair price, both by the Equalization Office and by me. I used that same principle using a house that sold less than 6 months ago, and it's still coming, my appraisal is still coming in well above that. And that's the case that I'm trying to make.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Thanks, Tim. Mr. Drews.
Chelsea, clarify this for me. I thought you were recommending that the value stay at the 72.5.
No, I'm recommending, excuse me. No, I'm recommending the 2024 value at 89,000. The 72.5 is what was mailed out, or the $72,000 number is what we lowered it to last year.
So the appraisal comments,
Mm-hmm.
are those from Mr. Braithwaite or are they from you?
The ones below where it says taxpayer concern in black is from Mr. Braithwaite. The blue is mine.
Okay. Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Lester.
I just have a couple of questions, and so I look at these, and this is a 2015 model, bought it for 69,000. And then I look at the 2017 model, comp number 5, and it's got 11 square feet more. I'm guessing I'm reading that right. And it's still valued at less than this particular one at 89,000 versus 88,100. What makes the difference on that one, especially if you're not looking at the porches? Maybe you are, maybe I missed something there. Why is there a difference, especially whenever the comp 5 is a newer one?
It is because of that rear deck. So on his, he's got an extra 110 covered deck, 110 square feet covered deck. Comp 5 does not have that. And it's assessed, his is assessed at 89,000, theirs is assessed at 88,100. So I don't know if there's a shed involved in this. If there's a carport like what Comp 1 has, it's not valued in the assessment. We're gonna consider that as personal property.
So the carport is not valued, but a deck is.
The deck is, yes. The covered deck will be valued, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So are the square footages the same with those, just except for with that deck that gives you more square footage, or is that?
We're talking 10 square feet in difference roughly.
Yeah.
So yes, there's going to be a little bit of cost difference there. Not much, but a little bit.
I was just thinking the finished living quarters and then the additional decks, 100 square feet. That's, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And we have these factored down a little bit. When the last time this was reappraised, it was gone through and we reduced these to they were all the same. So they're all low quality, they're all low cost. Yeah,
Okay. And these are unrented lots, right?
rented lots, yes.
Is there any other questions from the
Sure.
commission? Ms. Hadcock?
So if you look
Can
at
I make a couple of comments?
Let's let Ms. Hadcock speak first, and I'll go back to you, Tim. Thanks.
Thank you.
it says sale date, sale price, so in 23, it's 84,000. 22, it's 82,000. 22 is 80,000. So his date was in 21, so 2 years later or a year later, these things are selling for a lot more money, and you already know the way properties have been going up, they have been going up. Why did you lower it to 72, or do you know why equalization, not maybe you, Chelsea, but
It was me. I did lower it last year. Last year I didn't have as great of sales that I would have liked to have brought you and bring this to your attention. And we were so inundated with appeals. It was kind of, we needed to work on the ones that were very important. This is important, but we were talking about.
so basically, Chelsea, you didn't raise it up that high. It was like $3,000.
Right. Had he not appealed, his value would have only increased, I think, $4,700.
So in 23, you praised it at what before you changed it, Chelsea?
It was assessed at 84,300, and then we dropped it to 72,500 in 23. And now we're in 24, and I'd like the value to stay at the 89,000.
That's what happens when we drop stuff or we don't move it forward, then people, when you move it back up, it's not just this property, then people are like, holy cow, what'd you just do to us? That was why I was saying that on one of the other people, is that, okay, you took them from this and then added 200 on it. I might totally understand, but if you came to drop it down and then people are selling them and buying them for 84, 82, and 80, the average price is around, sounds like 80,000 for the square footage. And how come you don't do, is a carport and shed, that's the owner's property, meaning these guys rent the lots?
Well, let me clarify. So we will value sheds
Okay.
if there's value attached to them. Like if it's a
Certain
12 by 20
bigger.
foot shed, right, and
Right.
it's a man cave in there that brings value, we will value that. The carports, we technically don't, because they can pull them out of the gravel and onward they go. So that's why we don't consider those.
Did you check on the price of how much to buy one of these are? Because there's no 24 value on these. There's a 23 for 84. Do we know what park models that with this kind of square footage would go for at this point? Living space 385, that would be interesting.
For this year,
Yes.
I don't have any 24 sales on me, no. The only thing that I have is, I did add a couple listings in there currently. You've got a modular in Blue Wing, 492 square feet, currently listed at 160,000. There's a manufactured home, in the same area as that Blue Wing area, 640 square feet, listed at 94.9. And then you have a huge one. You have a 560 square foot manufactured house selling for 215,000, and those are all on leased land.
And all these park models are on leased land.
Right, all these
Basically,
park models are
they
on
don't
leased
own
land.
their space, they
Right.
just park them like they would a mobile home, and
Right.
that's what I thought. I just didn't know if it had changed since this has been going on for a while with the park models, so, yeah.
Okay.
I think yeah, when you said most of these, sir, were like models, and then most of them are going for 84, 82. How come 89, Chelsea, based on what you're saying? Because most of them, it looks like, with this square footage as well, this is a little bit higher, 82, 84.
His has a rear deck. It has a rear deck.
You said the deck, and the
Yeah,
deck's
and
worth that much more?
yeah. It's got, so his has an extra 10 square feet, compared to the first four.
Okay,
And so that's why if you look at comp five,
okay,
that's why the value is closer, because it's closer in square footage, but doesn't have that deck. So, but the comps 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're all gonna be a little bit lower because they're missing that deck, and they have 10 square feet less.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to make a couple of comments. One, to the question of has one sold recently, the one that I used sold just over 6 months ago, sold in July, and that one sold for $84,000. Now, to the question of, again, I understand there can be big variances between year to year, but I used the same methodology that I used last year when it was reduced. And I see no reason for it to be appropriate to say, well, that methodology was just used because we didn't have the information. The methodology was used because it was accurate at the time, and it's accurate now. I have a 12 by 12 shed. It's not a man cave. It's a place where I keep a shovel and tools and boxes that I'm not using because we have such a small place you can't store them inside, and a carport. And those things do have value. And when you are buying the place, so the place that sold for $84,000 had both of those things. It would not have sold for $84,000 if those two things weren't there, because they're buying that. It'd be no different than if I had a car parked next to my house and said, I want to sell that with the house, and the people give me additional money for the car. So I don't think it's accurate to say that those valuations for the shed and the carport can't be used this year. I get that they were part of the sale in July of 2023. And if you subtracted those things, those weren't there, they would not have been able to sell that place for $84,000. That's my point. Not that the valuation of our places don't go up. Now, additionally, it doesn't matter to me. The listing that my place sold in June 9th of 2021 for $69,000, I have no idea where that's coming from. I've owned my place since June of 2019. I've never sold it and rebought it. And I didn't purchase it for anywhere near $69,000. Now, personally, I don't think that's relevant to the discussion because, again, they have gone up in value. And I'm not suggesting that property assessments shouldn't go up. But the property assessment should not include the shed and the carport. And virtually every one of those places in that park have both of those items. And the example I gave you earlier is I have a known friend that owns one, and their place is assessed in 2024. It's identical to mine except color, and the exception that it doesn't have a deck. And its 2024 assessment is $77,400. or almost $12,000 less than mine. And these are identical places in an identical location. We're not assessing them the same. That isn't 10 square feet in a place doesn't make up $12,000.
Let me say something, Tim. When you keep bringing up these sheds and the carports, when you buy property, those are off to the side. These come with the property. They either sell them with it or without it, or they let them go with the property. So, and I think what Chelsea's saying, that's not part of her assessment because they're separate structures. But the homeowner, during the sale, absolutely, they write those off on their, you can have them or they got to take them, one or the other. 9 times out of 10, they give them for $1.
Yep.
So Chelsea's been very straightforward in saying that she doesn't add those into the value. So I just
Okay,
want.
so then I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, it's the delay in video.
No, go ahead, Tim.
Then my question is, let me change it. Then why is my friend's place, that's the same as mine? We both have carports and sheds, take them away, that's fine. Mine's being assessed at $89,000 and his is being assessed at $77,400. And we literally are a half a block away from each other.
You guys got the same deck, same everything?
Same year
No,
model.
he doesn't have a back deck.
So
But he has a bigger front deck, and a back deck does not value out at $12,000.
Okay,
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
he also didn't, what was his appraisal the year before? 'Cause so he didn't get his appraisal dropped. Or appraisal, I keep calling it appraisal, assessment dropped, like you
That's
did to
fine.
72. And then I keep hearing two different things. I think my carport and shed should be worth something, but then the next minute you say, but it should not. So.
I
which-
absolutely do believe they should be worth something. But in the case that the board was trying to make is that I was taking the impression that they shouldn't be included. What I was trying to use is like property. And the like properties, the same identical places, except for a back deck, are being valued $12,000 differently. And as for your question for last year's, their assessment was $65,800 and it was increased to $77,400 this year. So they continue to be assessed much less than mine. And the only difference between our properties is the color and that I have a small deck on the back of my place.
So I can't see that other property and I don't know the differences on the property, so you could say they're the same. And I'm not trying to say they're not, but,
Well, I think we're both in a place where we're trusting what each other's saying.
right. And I'm good with that in a sense, but, I also understand that you got yours dropped 72,000 last year. Lloyd's right, the carport, the shed, depends. What's that look like? How big is it? And, am I taking it or am I leaving it? It does have, so it has value when you sell it, but it doesn't have value if you take it. You know what I mean? Depending on what that sale is. And I don't know what else some of these sales might have something different with it or offered something different in it. It could add furniture in it, left with furniture, added amenities. We do that all the time. I have rooms, one room might be worth $800 and the other rooms were $1,200 in the same motel, just depending on the amenities and what's in that motel, in that room. So these might be a little bit different. You say exactly the same. I don't know if that's, I'm not trying to be mean to you. I don't know if that's exactly the same. But at 72,000, because of reasons, carport shed and, a lot of things going on, last year, we had, 1,000 something appeals. Sometimes things are missed. So that's a lot of appeals for, how many people you guys have in your crew? That's a lot of appeals. So things can be missed. I never said people would be perfect, but the other sense is, like I said, what are you saying this should be worth, 74.5 this year on your assessment?
Using the process that was used last year, yes. What I'm hearing is a belief that that's not an appropriate way to look at it.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying my second position would be is if you take this other place that I'm talking about, which is, and I get you can't see pictures of it. I don't have any to provide except that he's a good friend. His shed and my shed are identical. They were purchased and placed at the same times. The carports were purchased and placed at the same times. They're identical places with the exception of color of the places and that I have a back deck. And he's paying 77,000 and some change, and I'm being asked to pay 89,000 and some change. Last year, I paid 72.5, he paid 65.8. So
look how much
I guess
his
what
went
I'm
up.
saying is if you determine as a whole that I'm wrong and that they should be assessed in these $80,000 ranges, then everybody should be assessed that because these places are virtually identical.
Well, Tim, you just told me something. He went up 12,000, so did you this year.
Okay, I'm gonna get,
Do you know
I'm
that?
gonna, I'm gonna give Chelsea one more chance to speak, to address some of that. Give you Tim, and then I'm gonna go to the board for a motion. Or do you got more questions?
No, I was just, my point is, so, his was at 65 and then it went up 12,000. So, to equalize it. Now, yours was at 72 and then she put it up 12,000. And, same amount went up for equalization and equalizing it. And because it's not the same amount this year, you're appealing it. Am I correct?
Well, I would disagree with your math. My assessment went up over $16,000 from 72.5 to 89,000. That's $16,500. His went up about 12,000, but still he is at 77. He's almost $12,000 less than I am.
Right,
So I don't call that a fair comparison.
well, you also dropped down last year as well.
So did he.
Okay, did he appeal it and they dropped it 65 or it was already 65?
They did that. They went through the same process that I did. Now, whether
Okay.
they worked with Chelsea or not, I don't know. But
So that answers a lot of questions right there. I mean, doing the comparables, I understand that now. So Chelsea, any final comments before we go to the board?
I do have his sale date it listed incorrectly. I have the wrong year, so I do apologize about the misinformation.
Okay, anything else?
No.
So that other property he's referencing, Tim did make a comment that they appealed theirs last year.
And I wasn't on that one as far as, a year
Okay.
ago. I do apologize. I'm not 100% sure on, I can't justify or comment on those at this time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Any further comments from the commission? So it looks to me like Tim would like his assessment at 72.5 and Chelsea's recommending keep him the same at 89.
yeah, I'll correct you on that. I'm suggesting that mine should be 74.5, not 72.5.
74.5 is what you think is fair, and Chelsea's has no change at the recommendation of 89. Any questions for Chelsea or Tim? Any suggestions for a motion? We got two that are one that someone could bring forward. 2023's assessment was 84.3.
72 to 84 is, I think 84 is too high, Chelsea, but I don't know if 77 is that number.
I I don't know where you're getting 77.
That was the one that was the same comparable. I haven't seen
I've
everything
never
on it.
looked at that one. I have no idea if it's the same year, the same, I have none of that
But
information.
that
Same
one
deck
was,
size.
that one was reduced too through this
Yeah.
board.
Okay,
So that's why I say
that's
the
why you meant,
84,
okay. So the,
84 would be fair.
I'll agree with Lloyd, the 84 would be my suggestion. And-
So you,
2023 assessment value?
84,300,
Yes,
that's your motion?
yes, sir.
Second.
And seconded by Lassiter. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thanks, Tim.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair. Mr. Chair, you said 83,000, right? 84.
84,300.
84,300?
84,300.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a couple of comments, just quick.
Sure.
You hear a lot of talk about what last year's assessment was and what a board did last year. Our appraisal process appraises property as of the assessment date of November 1st last year. There is nothing in our appraisal process that ties last year's value into whatever happens this year. Last year's assessment is not a factor, has no influence on anything we do when we reappraise for the coming assessment. We like to think that, well, it was this last year, so it should be, and it doesn't matter what it was last year. There's nothing in our appraisal process that ties last year into it.
I agree, Shannon, but I think that's what we're trying to tell these people is if they've got them reduced last year, just like what we just did, the 84,300, that's what he's gonna see, but then the following year, it's gonna be 89 plus whatever's changed again. It moves right back up, right?
No, it won't be, and that's what I'm getting at is,
Oh, okay.
that last statement you said, 84.9 and then some? No, next year starts all over again. Not tied into, it's like we delete all the numbers out of the computer and start all over.
Okay, I'm wording it wrong, because you're reappraising it again.
Yep.
Which would bring it to its true value, which it may be 89, but it may be 88.
Yep.
Okay.
Could be
There we
anything.
go.
All right, so.
We got you, Shannon. We're just being kind. We understand, and plus the comparables.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, this is number 18. Chris Mooney is here.
That's Ms.
Okay. Okay. We'll let Chris go first, and then we'll give you the floor.
All right, board. Yep, Chris Mooney, appraiser, Equalization. Property ID is 52521. The address is 23905 Sun Country Lane, located roughly 1.5 miles southeast of Rockerville, along the highway there on the south side. And I am recommending no value, or no change, excuse me, to the assessment. The property was appealed last year, and I did a full interior and exterior inspection, addressed the homeowners' concerns. I corrected data on the property and also on their land, which encompassed the road for the subdivision. So I took out that acreage and adjusted that value on their land to accommodate that. After looking at sales and their CMA that I was getting last year, we came to an agreement on a value of $629,700, and so this year the other value did increase up to $715,500. And as last year, I was given a CMA, looked through that, and after looking at it, looking at all those sales, I only used 2 of those sales because some of the sales were outside of the county, sold after November 1st, which is our legal assessment date, or were in city limits, so which I did not feel were comparable since this is outside over by Rockerville in the county. So I used 2 of their sales and also 2 of our sales I felt were best comparable to theirs. Of course, not every property is exact, especially on that area. So you have to make adjustments to those sales for size, quality, condition, to come up with an adjusted sale price and look at those adjusted sale prices and see if our assessment is in line with those. And I did give you guys a comparable sales grid, should be the second page there, with the two comparables that are right by Rockerville there, and also two from the owner's CMA. And after adjusting those sales to be like their property, the adjusted sale prices and the adjusted sale prices per square foot both bracket them, and the average for all those, the adjusted sale price average is 733.6, and the average adjusted sale price per square foot is 478, which theirs is below. So I feel that our value of 715,500 is a fair market value given those comps and the comps from their CMA.
Thanks, Chris. Stacy?
Okay, so Chris did come to my home. I have a house that was built in the year 2000. There's not been a lot of improvements made to my house since it was built. We are the second owners. It does have the original carpeting in it from 2000. The furnace is also 24 years old. I have linoleum in two of the bathrooms. It's all oak inside, dated oak, things like that that need to be considered. The older windows, real older decking, that also needs to be taken into consideration for the value. Also, I did some of my own research and I found some comparable properties in my area that had similar acreages. They're in my letter that I provided. They were similar acreages, similar living areas, similar outbuildings, and these are not properties that have been sold, but they're assessed value. And the average of those assessed values is 589,000, where my assessed value is 715. So it's quite a bit more. Also, I want to mention here about the I turned in two CMAs, which are comparable market analysis. They're comparable properties. The one I turned in this year is the last 6 months of sales. And what I've highlighted in yellow, Chris doesn't want to consider anything like in Piedmont or Hermosa. So if you take those sales out of the CMA and only look at the Pennington County CMAs, the average Pennington County sales in the last 6 months on comparable properties is $618,000 or $203 a square foot on comparable properties. If you go back 1 year, the fall of 22 and the spring of 23, and you look at the CMA I provided, these are comparable properties. If you look at, so there's two figures on this summary sheet that I provided you. There are the comparables that include like Piedmont and Hermosa. But if you take those off and you just want to look at Pennington County properties, the average comparable property sold for $577,000 or $210 a square foot. The ones that Chris seems to be stuck on are ones that are just in my immediate area. Sometimes they're not comparables. Some of them have 20 acres of property that does not compare to my home. Some of the square footage is not comparable to my home, and that's why I am appealing, because I believe with the square footage prices and with comparable properties, mine should be between 600 and 630.
So Stacy, you feel 600 to 630 is what you feel?
And that's what we agreed on last year when he came out. But yes, and I have,
Because
so
last year,
the CMAs that I turned in are done by a local realtor in town. She has been selling property in the Black Hills for over 30 years. She's very experienced at doing these comparable properties.
Okay. Chris, did you have anything to add?
Two comparables that I used from our initial comparables. Yes, one is a lesser quality, smaller. The other is a better quality and bigger. And some of those, the garage differences and everything, we do make adjustments to those sales, just like a private appraiser does. Make adjustments for quality, for size, outbuildings, acreage. And the acreage that I have here, one's 3.35, the other's at 3.01. And you make adjustments to those sales to be like the subject property. So it's an apples-to-apples comparison.
I disagree with that.
And then you look at those adjusted sale prices and see what those are. And after looking at the adjusted sale prices of those comparables, even the two I used from the current CMA that she gave me, I feel our value of 715.5 is right, even with the average adjusted sale price of 733.6. So it comes in below that, even on a price per square foot basis.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock?
So did the realtor tell you how much she could sell your house for, Stacy?
Yeah, it's 587,000.
And that was when you talked to a realtor?
Mm-hmm.
When did you talk to her? This year?
I don't have that was last year.
Okay.
Which, that's what Chris uses. He uses the prices from the fall of '22 to the spring of '23, and that was on the CMA with those years.
Have you ever had it appraised, your house, by chance, Stacy?
No, I've only been in it for 5 years.
Okay.
I bought it for $375,000.
5 years ago?
Mm-hmm. So it's over doubled since I purchased it.
Is there any other questions for Tracy or Chris?
The other thing I was going to say is that you can buy a brand-new construction home, 5 bedrooms, 3-car garage with property for between $625,000 and $644,000. So I do believe mine is overassessed.
So as I said, staff is recommending, the value recommendation is 715.5, land at 177, structure at 538,500 with a total of 715. And Ms. Tracy, with her market analysis and so forth, she's pretty much saying it'd be the same, she believes the same assessment as last year, which is the 629.7. You said
I would say that would be fair, yes, fair.
So,
Comparable, if you're using comparable properties in Pennington County.
and the 629.7 is what the board reduced it down to last year also.
The
You
629.
appealed last year,
Yes, that's what it was.
okay.
Mhm.
So that would be the same assessment as last year that was appealed. Do you remember what they were recommending last year, Tracy?
757.
757 last year. So this is.
Which, this house has not had any major remodels, upgrades. It's right out of the 1990s interior. I have pictures, Chris has been in it. There's nothing special about the house. It has not been remodeled. It's not going to go for $700,000, $750,000 without having it being remodeled. And like I said, I have 2 CMAs, and they both pretty much tell the same story.
There is a lot of development going, or not, well, right in Rockerville area, but with the price changes. Thank you for your honesty for telling me that it was 757 last year is what it was assessed for, and it was reduced down to
629.
629, was considerable, so. And his recommendation, 715, is quite a bit less than that 757 too. Well, it's 40,000 less.
I don't believe I can get that much out of my house.
Is there any thoughts on the board? I'm leaning towards the 2023 assessment value of 629.7.
That a motion?
That would be my motion.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to do the 629.7, which is a land at 177,000 and the structure at 452,700. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Tab number 19. Is it Barman?
Chelsea.
What are you laughing for?
I took a lot of phone calls this year. Okay. Good afternoon, Chelsea Willett, staff appraiser with the Department of Equalization. We're going to be talking about tax ID 53554, located at 14785 Sunlight Drive in the Valley Heights subdivision, located on top of Raider Hill Road. Current recommendation is land at 58,000, buildings at $411,800 for a total of 469,800. It's currently owned by Jim Barman. The subject property is a 2004 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house with 1,367 square feet above grade, 1,350 square foot basement, of which 75% is finished. Additionally, the home has a 3-car garage. The homeowner's concern is that the assessment value is too high. The homeowner has provided a CMA from a realtor. Her value recommendation is between $435,000 and $440,000. I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention to the provided equalization comparable sales, our sales grid. That should be page 2 in that packet. Comparable sale 1 and 2 are the same house, same bedroom count, bathroom count, garage count as the subject property. Has a little less square footage. The first time it sold in 22 for $476,500, and then again in 23 for $486,000. These sales are not included in the provided realtor CMA. Had this most recent sale been included, it would have changed her recommended value to be more in line with our $469,000. Within the packet, the homeowner includes an email correspondence where he describes why the provided properties are superior to his. For example, some of the homes have a breakfast bar. His kitchen does not. One of the houses has main floor laundry and basement stackable washer and dryer. He only has basement laundry. There's a bathroom that is capable of Bluetooth. However, none of these differences raise red flags to change the data to reflect a house that isn't in line with the comparable sales. Additionally, in equalization, we are treating each property in a mass setting. So does it have a kitchen? Does it have laundry? And the total living area is comparable. Since all properties in this neighborhood are valued in a mass setting, I'm confident that this property is valued correctly, which is why I recommended no change value to the total of $469,800.
Any questions for Chelsea before we go to James? Nope. James, you're up. You have the floor.
Thank you. My first time doing this here, so I apologize on running through this. On that comparable that Chelsea had, additionally, she mentions only house number 1, comp 1 and 2 that she came up with. That was the same house that sold. She also had the other comps that I think are a little more comparable, although they had a 2-car garage, but they have other things that are closer to mine, and their sale prices were much lower, like at $422 on her comp number 3, and then number 4 was closer to what she had, but still shy of $460, and then $375 on comp number 5. But I with a realtor, and as she had mentioned, the realtor told me looking to probably sell in that range of 435 to 440. And then looking at the different houses that she had given me that had sold in the past year, and those comparables there that in the same neighborhood, same size lots, and the main difference on some of them was I have a 3-car garage, and some of them only had 2. Others did have 3-car garage as well. But others of them that they have from heated, and even one was a heated and cooled garage. Mine does not have that. And others have 5 bedrooms, and they have, for example, I don't know, I was told you'd be given those papers that I had gotten there, but for example, the one at 2310 Candlelight Drive, that one was with the 5 bedrooms and other new features inside appliance-wise. The laundry area there, full bathroom such on the second floor, or I'm sorry, 2 of them on the first floor, plus another laundry room on the second floor, and 5 bedroom again, as that one is. And then there is one that actually is the neighboring house at 23,008 Candlelight Drive, and that one sold for $445,000 just in September of last year, the beginning of September, as the first one had. And with that one, breakfast bar, a suite there, the shower, and large separate bathtub and so forth with the master bedroom, and the breakfast bar obviously in the kitchen area, dining area. But then they also have a completely finished and heated garage with a plumbed-in sink as well. And that's 3 bedroom, that one as well. And slightly bit smaller on the total square footage, but only a little bit by about 150 square feet. And going on with the next one they had at 23,005 Candlelight Drive, sold for that one's active yet. It had previously sold for 270, but that was several years ago, so I understand, that value is not worth it there. But it is under contract right now for $439,900. And again, that's a 4-car garage on that that's heated and even cooled, where again, mine is a 3-car, no heating or cooling or any of that nature. And the seller's also giving $3,000 in appliance allowances that I don't know even how that works into the picture there on it, but I was not trying to sell my house, so my appliances and such in my house, as well as all the flooring and everything, it's all the original, built in 2004, so this year's coming 20 years old. I have not remodeled anything. I honestly didn't feel a need to it. My carpet is getting a bit worn that, I figure another year or 2 I would need to replace it, but to that point, I've taken care of it as best I can, and I'm not saying mine is trash, and my house is, I've considered very good, but it still is, everything 20 years old and such. And then on to other ones that they had. For example, that next one at 14786 Highlight Drive, that sold in October of last year, sold for only $422,000, 4 bedroom, 3 bathroom, and the square footage is almost exactly the same. And that one also there has, for the master bedroom, suite there with a patio door giving access to your very own private oasis, as they advertised. And I do have a deck, but it's one deck off the dining room, which they also have decks there, which I'll elaborate on. They have basically a large deck from the west side of the house that wraps around and basically goes about 2/3 of the back side of their house. A very large deck there versus my standard size deck off of my dining room. And then also with their yard is a fully fenced yard, and they have fruit trees and multiple other gardens there with fruit bushes and so forth, and plenty of room, you park in their RV or boat, other stuff as well. And again, that one was sold for only $422,000. And then there was one more that sold just December of last year, which I understand is past that November 1st that they had done an assessment, but obviously this one was advertised at the time yet. It sold for $412,900 there. And with that one, they have a whirlpool tub, granite countertops, which mine is the standard laminate countertops. Theirs is only a 2-car garage. Again, mine is 3, but they have custom shelving and also extra electrical in there for 240 volt applications. Class 4 roof shingles, mine is the standard, I believe is class 3. At least I believe that's the standard that they put on. I didn't see it. And they have also new siding and Anderson windows in 2021. So only a few years ago. And then the last one I don't think is really as much a comparable. It's still active at this point. Recently, it's 399,900. But just to point out the difference there, they have a large wraparound deck as well from the front of it and entire west side, a large patio underneath that as well. RV parking as well as a fenced backyard. And with that, the laundry area, the sink and storage folding area as well. And I do have a laundry room, but it's only a washer and dryer and a sink on the side. So I'm not looking at that. Mine should be, it is 4-bedroom as well, and the square footage though is less by about 400 square feet. So that one I do believe is below what mine should be. But I mentioned that just as far as the other features they do have that I don't have.
Chair,
That kind of is a nutshell.
Ms. Hadcock.
I have a motion. The building 372 and the land value same 58 at 430. 430,000. Looking at the comparables and the things, it looked like it was pretty close to that. So I agree with the sales.
Let's get a second. Is there a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Drew. Go ahead.
And I looked at the comparables and some of the sales he was talking about and stuff, it made sense at the 430 for me.
I agree. I was punching some numbers up. I took his highest two difference and divided it. I was coming up with 452.4. So yours is lower than what mine I thought was when I was trying to take the high and the two numbers and you divide them by 2 to get the average, and that's what I come up with. But Deb has her motion. Geraldine, what was that motion again?
The land is at 58,000, structure is 372,000, and the total is 430,000.
Okay. I'm good with that. We have a second from Mr.
From the
Drews.
ones that I had up here, other than taking that first one, that 5-bedroom and so forth, I did not include that one, but the other ones then came up like 423,900, I think it was. I had in my other notes on the email.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that last one is low and I'm not looking at, so I do understand mine would be higher than that, which I'm looking at hopefully roughly 428, like was agreed to last year for total.
Well, I had you at 428, but I put you at 430 just looking at your comparables and the ones in the sales that you told me, sir.
Okay, so 432.
And that's lower than last year's.
430?
Yep.
Yes, based on the sales.
Yep. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, sir. Apologize, I couldn't quite hear what the total then,
430,000.
430,000? Thank you.
Not bad for your first time.
Tab 20, Dick Compass.
Mr. Chair, I don't have, there we go.
You will see that we won't have some information in the binder because might have been talking to the property owner after you got your binder. All of you want those binders ahead of time so you can look at them a couple of days ahead. Well, something might happen and we weren't finished working with the property owner, looking at the property. So on these days that we'll do this, there will be some of them like this. We'll just have to hand it to you.
Okay, so this is Dick Compass.
So I didn't put a whole lot of information on there because I knew you'd be glancing at it. So we're going to be talking about tax ID 70967. It's located at 13345 Highway 40 in Keystone, located on the southern end of South Rockerville Road, across from the Granite Point subdivision and Metz Road. Recommend is a no change in value, with land at 92,800, buildings at 198,600 for a total of 291,400. The home is a 2008, 1,920 square foot pole frame structure that is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house. The home is valued at a reduced cost because of this type of construction. Other structures include a 1988 20 by 24 detached garage and the start of a 2023 30 by 60 detached garage. The parcel size is 7.87 acres. The homeowner's concern is that the value is too high. He believes his value should be $275,000, stating that the only thing that has changed is that he has started building the 30 by 60 detached garage. The homeowner has appealed this value every year since 2018, and every year we have adjusted the property. There's nothing left for us to adjust. We've factored the land for a flood location and for being next to the sewage plant. If the land was not reduced in this way, the value would be $204,000 instead of $92,800. The house has also been lowered to roughly $87.76 per square foot. If the home was not reduced, we would have it valued at $147.10 per square foot. So our total would be $516,500 instead of the $298,400. The minimal changes to value will incur if land values increase throughout the neighborhood. So an example would be if we're seeing land sales, we're going to see land prices increase within our assessment. Just like if we were to have a recession and the values decrease, we are going to do the same thing to the assessments. So that whole neighborhood has received minimal increases throughout the years. The location's already been factored. So we're seeing market trends within the neighborhood that says values need to increase, which is why he's seeing a little bit of change there. The original factors haven't been adjusted, only that the market area has increased. So attached is a map of the sales just directly across from him. This is in that Granite Point area. It's not within the floodway. His is the highlighted blue on page 2 of your packet. That's his lot. Directly across from him is just that Granite Point showing that sales are occurring even somewhat near that sewage plant. Neither of those lots are factored. None of those lots in that area are factored. This development of Carson Cross just has half the acre, like a quarter acres in size, and they're selling for about half the value of what we have his 7.87 acres listed at. It is because of this that I recommend the value for Mr. Compass have no change. Keep the land at 92,800 and buildings at 198,600 for a total of 291,400.
Chelsea, yeah, I just wanted to, you were throwing out some numbers there and I was getting thrown out.
I know, I'm sorry.
Because the 2023 you have on your tax assessment value was a total of 307, and your recommendation is
So
5%, I'm guessing 5% decrease to 291.4 for the reasons you stated.
sorry, so I wanted to be very technical when I filled this out. So the 23 assessment is what was mailed to him. That's what it originally mailed out at. We lowered it after the assessment to 253,600.
Okay,
So had it stayed the same, so it went down a little bit if it hadn't been lowered last year.
okay,
Everybody with me on that one? So he paid his taxes based off of the 253,600, which is in that appeal box to the county board in 2023.
okay.
Technically, his value increased from 253,600 to 291,400. And that is because of the start of the detached garage and a little bit of market change with land.
So again, you're starting, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So again, you're starting with your numbers from last year, not what was actually assessed.
Right, in the boxes, I have what was mailed. Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you put the -5%, that's based on what you originally
Correct.
assessed them at last year, not what was.
Not what was changed.
Okay.
Correct.
And he's saying, so your recommendation is the 291.4?
291,400.
Okay.
Yes.
And Dix is
275. He would like
275.
275.
Okay. I just wanted to get that clarified. Dick, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, other people come up here and they compare properties. I can't. Nobody else's house is located 9 feet from the sewer plant, like mine is. And in 2013, they came in and tripled the amount of my floodplain on the land and put the house in the floodplain where it hadn't been before. Back when I built the house, Tom Malloy ran the sewer plant for the company that built it, and it was contracted to Keystone. Keystone has since taken it over, and we're getting smell out of it, where before it was top of the line, no smell, no nothing on that sewer plant, and we're getting smell now out of it. But like I say, we're in the floodplain on that house, and we're within 9 feet of the sewer plant. And, you know, what other house can I compare it to? It's a post frame house. You know, I had Cleary built a cabin originally, just thinking I wouldn't live here permanently. And then we decided when we retired to add an addition. Don't have the house completely done. Window casements are still Tyvek. Never got the trim put up and that sort of thing. But they put a tremendous amount of the property in floodplain, plus the house. And between the house being in floodplain, and I don't know how they ever figured that's floodplain, but they do. And it's a point you can't argue with them. So we're stuck with floodplain, and when I built it, I knew we were 9 feet from a sewer plant, you know, but.
So Chair,
And I know Donna said, you know, it's kind of unique, this one is, because there's nobody else right up next to the sewer plant like I am.
Okay.
But I came in and got a variance to build it within 8 feet to the back property line instead of 25. Because as you see there, we have the oldest and the biggest oak tree in the Black Hills, and I didn't want to cut that tree down, you know, to get the room. And a lot of other people didn't want to see it cut down either, and I wouldn't have done that. But it's, you know, we're in I don't know how acre-wise what we are for floodplain, but it's a bunch.
Okay.
That we put in there, and what isn't in floodplain is a hill going up in the southwest corner of it. That's, you know, really don't have any use for it. It's treed, steep hill up there. That's not in floodplain. But what's in floodplain is, you know, the creek runs through, and so we got they tripled the amount of floodplain
Okay.
in 2013.
I think Ms. Hadcock's got a question for you, Dick.
What's that?
I think Ms. Hadcock has a question for you.
when did they change the FEMA maps with the floodplain?
June of 2013, and it was done from I'm told, a desk in Washington, D.C., and there's just nothing you can do about it.
Nope. Number two, why'd you build closer to a sewer plant that didn't smell good in the first place, that you went and built closer to it? I'm just saying. I mean, even if there's a tree there, I don't know if I want to live closer to a sewer plant.
Yeah.
But you also said they changed how they're doing the sewage plant, where before the smell wasn't like that, and then now it is. It's because you're closer, or because they changed the company in which it's
I
doing
think the way it's handled, yeah, when the original company and Tom Malloy managed it for him, it was top of the line art.
Right,
And it's getting older now,
right.
I presume, and the town of Keystone took it over. And, you know, originally there was no smell whatsoever. All the water coming out of there has to be checked all the time and the like. But after Keystone took it over, now it could be because of the age of it.
About 5 years ago, I took a tour of that place.
Yeah.
So, bottom line is,
But anyway, there's, you know, I can't compare it to any place else, and that's what Don says also. You know, it's a unique
yeah.
situation.
And you were there before the sewer plant, or not?
No, I built the house. It was there. But, you know, it was state of the art, top of the line, and it was at that time.
Right, so you
But
built
that
next to
was 2008, I guess.
a sewer plant, and then you also, moved your house even closer to, to the sewer plant, in the floodplain, which if the floodplain changed, that's a huge difference I can understand for, like, you
Yeah, I
moved
think
into it and then built, or did you,
flood-wise, the flood of 72, they tell me came up to within 12 feet, vertical feet of my foundation.
right,
And now I'm in floodplain. So what kind of a flood would this take? You know, that's,
be surprised.
yeah,
So plus you're getting a lot of that drainage coming off those hills around that area.
right. Yeah, and we tried to remedy as much of that as we could. We always had damage, and oh, I guess 4 years ago I put in a new bridge, took the tubes out because they always packed with debris out of the Forest Service, and you just had a beaver dam, and then the flooding and neighbors flooded
So Mr. Compass, when did you build the house? What year was that house built?
in '08.
Okay,
'08, and then I added a 24 by 30 addition 3 years ago.
and that's when in '08, the house was already there, and then they changed the floodplain in 2013.
Yeah, they changed the floodplain. They tripled the amount of floodplain and put the house in floodplain. It hadn't been, you know, before.
Okay.
And when I built it just, you know, it was a 30 by 40 post frame just for a vacation place when we'd come up here. At that time, really never planned on retiring, but we liked the area so well that we decided this is where we wanted to retire, so we
I
put
do have a
another room
motion.
on.
Okay,
I do have a motion. I'm gonna make a motion to put it at what it was last year, which was 291,400. That way we don't get too far back. That would be land at 92,800, structure at 198,600.
That isn't what it was last year.
198.6, 92.8
Two,
is
291 is what I'm requesting. Last year it was at 253.60, 600,
Oh,
excuse me.
well, that's what I meant. I was looking at the wrong one, sorry. To the 2023, land at 86,800, building at 166,800 for a total of 253,600.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock?
I don't know. With the sewage plant being there, I'm gonna guess I don't know if you'd sell this property next to sewage plant, plus
Not
if they
gonna move.
expand it, if they expand the sewage plant and then you're in the floodplain. I'm just saying, I understand your assessment, Chelsea, and you did a good job. I'm just trying to think land-wise, 92.8, and then the structure's about 200,000,
All three,
which comes to 291.4.
yeah.
He has,
And then
he has three
almost,
structures?
yeah, it's the start of a third. He has the start of a 30 by 60 foot detached
Okay.
garage and then the
Okay.
other one, yeah.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
So it'll change next year when he gets that building finished.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can expect it to go up because you're building a new building next year, so,
And I expect that too.
okay.
That way you're not shocked from this year to next year.
So that is the motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster?
I just want to make sure I understand the motion. The motion is to go back to the original 2023 valuation rather than him thinking that it still should be at about 275, which would be 20,000 more than what it currently is on the motion.
Yes.
Yep, that was the motion.
I'm just thinking we'll be a little further behind if we keep it at what it was, even if he's agreeing that it should be at about 275.
That's why we left it.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Say again?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So is there a specific reason we went down to 253 versus?
No, we're not going to 253.
That's what the motion was the 2023, which was 86,800 for land, 166,800 for building for a total 253.6. So if you want to do the 275, you need a substitute motion.
Yeah, I'll do the substitute, because then next year, you went from I thought you were doing 291 for some reason, Lloyd, so because next year you're gonna have another building. I would say the 275 makes more sense.
How would you split that up for your motion?
That's what I'm calculating real quick.
That'd be my motion is 275, and then Travis split the land and the,
Mr. Chair, I don't know if the motioner would, this is how I would have done it, would have been 92,800 for the land and 182,200 for the buildings, which would have got the 275, if my math is correct.
that'd be my motion.
Okay, you
No,
have
that doesn't equal 278.
You have a motion for 92.8 for the land and 182.2 for the structure. And that was a second from Mr. Lassiter for the substitute motion.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's correct.
Okay, you correct the seconder?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could,
Yes.
could you repeat those numbers again, please?
92,800 for the land, 182,200 for building.
Geraldine come up with a different number in her math.
Well, you know, it does come up different when I'm looking at it here too.
That's why I always say, whatever numbers I do, double check them, please.
It was correct.
No,
Thank
You
you.
got it?
182 too is right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that is the substitute motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
I think earlier this morning we heard location, location, location. That's the way I look at this, is that the location is certainly less than ideal, and I think that draws it down. I don't see this ever really catching up to being anything other than being at a sewage plant.
Okay. With that, all in favor of the substitute motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So you get that, Dick, it's 92.8, 182.2, you got what you asked for, 275.
Okay, thank you. Might say one thing, we've got so many non-taxed units in this county anymore. That's just, I think it's out of control. You know, and it don't help us. I had a neighbor was paying 80,000 property tax on his building up on top of the hill, and he gave it to a church so he don't have to pay anything. So who pays for it? We do. And there's just so many nonprofits that's out of control is what I think anyway.
You got a man that wants to shake your hand behind you.
Yeah.
I made a similar argument this morning.
Oh, yeah, but it is, you know, look at all the big buildings and no tax on them in this
There's a,
area.
Mr. Cummings.
I think it needs to be addressed, because it just keeps, you know, I'm 81 years old, it just keeps putting more tax on us every time somebody don't have to pay tax.
And not too many people, Mr. Compass, agree with Shannon, so you should write that in
Yeah,
your
it's
book.
just, you know, we don't have very big tax base, and it
Dick,
creeps.
thank you for coming today and
Thank you, appreciate it.
thank you for your input.
Take care, Mr. Compass.
On schedule, there's tab 24, Beckloff. Do you have that on your schedule? I wasn't sure if the schedule got updated. We
No.
had several property owners that called to reschedule to another day when they get a friendly commissioner. So it was still on mine. I wasn't sure if you still had it on yours. But
That was the last
we're done for today.
Stip and no
Yep,
change?
we do have those. So we're done with the property owners that are coming in. So we always do these lists. We call them stip lists, no change lists. This is property owners who've decided not to come before the board. We have on the stipulation list, we have a recommendation to change it. Property owner's aware of that. We've communicated that to the property owner. The other list is the same thing, except our recommendation is to not change the assessment, to leave it at what it is. Property owner's aware of that. If the property owner chooses not to come in, there's no point in scheduling a 15-minute appointment. We put them all on a spreadsheet. We ask that you act on those all at once. We'll do another list later. This year, we're gonna break it up into a a couple of sections. It's going to help the auditor get done with these and get them mailed. So I ask that you act on those two lists to either change or not change per our recommendation, with the exception of the one short list. There's a property owner, Tim. Robert Tim called in over the weekend and said he wanted to schedule an appointment. So I need your motion to act on our recommendation with the exception of Tim, and we'll see if we can schedule an appointment for him later.
That would be my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the 2024 stipulation list and the 2024 no change list as recommended, minus Robert and Melanie Tim.
Yes.
Yep.
Motion and a second for that?
That'd be my motion. Yep.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
You do not adjourn. We continue this on the 17th.
Okay, so we recess to the 17th. Motion to recess?
So moved.
Till
Moved
next
by
week.
Lassiter, seconded by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
I said, what day am I sick next?